Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of Board and Mayor and Aldermen for the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Today is July 22nd, 2025, and it's just after 7 p.m. My name is Abby Miller, daughter of Seth and Laura Miller. My dad is a police officer for the City of Hendersonville, and we will begin our meeting as we typically do with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Thank you, Abby. Providing our prayer tonight is Lorraine Caconato. She's the associate pastor at Remnant Revival Church. That meets on Friday nights at Celebration of Life Church Building on Forest Retreat Road. Lorraine, we appreciate very much being here, and we appreciate what your congregation does for the city of Hendersonville. So please lead us in prayer.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here and to pray. And I first want to offer a brief prayer for Jana Garton and for her loss of her husband. And Father, I just pray that you bring comfort to her and to her family, Lord, and that you would meet them at this very special time, and that you would surround them with loving people that would just serve them and stand with them during their time of mourning. And we just praise you for that in the name of Jesus. And Lord, I just want to thank you for the city of Hendersonville. I'm so thankful to live here. I just give you praise that this is a beautiful community, and there's so many people involved in this community that love this community, Lord. Your word says in Isaiah 37, verse 35, "For I will defend this city to save it for my own sake and for the sake of my servant David." So I just thank you, Father, for protection over this city. I thank you for people that are here in position would stand guard over this city, Lord, that you would watch over everything that is done here, that you would provide for this city, for all the needs of this city, that you would give Mayor Clary and all this team clarity as to what to do, the decisions to make. I pray for the spirit of unity to be here in the midst of us, and I just pray for your protection and provision and watchful eye over Hendersonville, Tennessee, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And again, that's Associate Pastor Lane Coconato of Remnant Revival Church. Thank you so much. So please join me for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have one person missing, that's Alderman Janet Garton. She may end up being here. It's unfortunate that her circumstances, and we appreciate her being included in the prayer. I'm going to entertain a motion that we approve our agenda. I need to mention, though, that we should acknowledge that we're waiving the 2-week rule for item 1 and number 7, so I pointed that out. I feel like we've done that at this point. But I know that we have some folks here for some specific items, so maybe we should move some items up so that they can get out of here at a reasonable time. Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir. I was going to make that suggestion. We move items 6.
First, I need a motion, please. Motion for the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Go ahead, Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would suggest moving items 6 and 5 up to the top of the agenda.
Okay. We do have some folks here for item number 1. Would you want to put item 5 and 6 after item 1?
Yes, with board approval.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. Second from Alderman Sassy. So what we'll do is we will, under ordinance and resolutions, we will deal with item 1, then 5, then 6, then 2, 3, 6, 7. Is that, Alderman Bergdorf, is that what your intention is? 4, yes, 4 comes right before 7. There we go.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And we received a second?
Yes.
Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of that change, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Okay. Any other discussion? Any other suggestions for changes? So we made one change, that's moving items 5 and 6 to be considered after item 1 under ordinance and resolutions. Alderman Garza.
Yes, in item number 7, which we did waive the 2-week rule, the address is incorrect.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and change that. So what is the correct, do you remember what the correct address is?
122 Center Point Road, I think.
122 Center Point,
Oh, 1220.
Center Point Road? Okay, I think that should be in the agenda, and we also make sure to change it in the caption, I think, when we get to that item. So do we have a second there? A second from Alderman Dixon. I just heard somebody down there. Any other discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. So now we have 2 changes. Any other discussion, any other suggestions? All those in favor of approving the agenda as you received it and with those 2 adjustments, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We have a couple of presentations. First one is from our Arts Council. I think Renee is here.
I am here, thank you, and I have a presentation. There we go. On behalf of the Arts Council, I want to just give you an update on a couple of highlights we think that are important to know about from this year. And I will send you a full presentation after the meeting tonight so you can look at more detail. But I just wanted to highlight a few things. I think you're familiar with the fact that we work with Good Neighbor Festivals on this event, and they've put together a really nice sponsor deck for us, and I'll send that to you. So here we go. So let's talk about what went well. So we spent more dollars on marketing this year to hopefully drive more awareness and more attendance. You can see there we've got had much more activity on our website. Good Neighbor started our social media much earlier this time, and there was more of it. So that's pretty simple, and we think attendance was impacted as a result. So what's important to know about attendance is this is a free event, so it's an estimate. Good Neighbor's gate estimate is 6,500 guests, which is up about 30% from 2024. We also have the Placer data and information from Parks, and that was around 4,000 visitors. So somewhere between 4,000 and 6,500 is probably where we would look at the range. Economic impact on the low end at 4,000 visitors would be about $2.5 million. That also is an estimate, as I think you probably know how that works. Up to about $4 million, or a little over $4 million on the high end of that. So that's a real important marker for us to see if we just continue to grow attendance. That's what we want to do. In addition, the art vendors, we had more art vendors this year. Good Neighbor has a license for a platform where we advertise the event, and there are hundreds of thousands of art vendors that see information and do these kinds of events across the country. So we think that was really helpful in getting us year 2 more vendors, and we would hope to have more next year as well. That's also a revenue stream for us. You can see we had 58 vendors accept this year, which is roughly 23% over 2024. And then positive vendor feedback. We certainly had positive feedback from the guests that visited the event, but we also had positive vendor feedback, which is good, because if the vendors are happy and they feel good about the event and they sell art, they'll want to come back. One thing I will point out also about our vendors is that both 2024 and 2025, roughly about half the vendors came from the Nashville or Tennessee regional area, and then about half came from other states across the country. We initially, in 2024, set out to advertise our event on a national level, and so we're excited to see that that is a good ratio as far as we're concerned. So that brings more folks into the area as well. Okay, and our opportunities next time. Probably our biggest opportunity is sponsorship. These are sponsor logos here on the page that you see, but we need more of those. So we're going to be working on that starting here real soon. We are creating an ambassador program, so we're kind of pulling together a group of people that will that ideally they'll have contacts and be involved in the community, and they won't be afraid to ask for sponsorship support, and so we'll get more of those. If you have people that you know in your ward or people that you know in your circle that you think might be good at that, let me know. We're still kind of gathering some folks for that. Hope to wrap that up in the next few weeks, and then we're also going to create a patron program. So individuals as well as businesses at a patron level that is not quite at a higher, more expensive sponsorship level, so we can get more involvement in the community. So more to come on that. I don't have a lot of details. We're building that out this year. And then we'll have a featured artist and an emerging artist program. So we have had high school seniors and high school students the last couple of years. They have a lot of things going on in the spring, so it's really hard to get a lot of the students to commit. But we have had a few, and they've had a great time. We think this year we might transition to an emerging artist program where we offer either high school students, college students, early emerging artists, an opportunity to participate in the festival at a reduced fee. So that is what I wanted to share with you tonight. Here are a few pictures. You're going to see other pictures, more of them, fun pictures from the event on the deck that I send you an email. I'm going to pause there and see if there are any questions.
Hey, Renee, do you have any
Yes.
volunteers or fellow members of the Arts Council here that you want to introduce?
Oh, I do, actually. Thank you. Philip Fryman is here with me tonight. Philip's also on the Arts Council. Philip. Thank you.
Hold on here. Alderman Collins.
Renee, I just want to say that I know how hard you've worked for this festival to get off the ground. Not just the festival, but reforming the Arts Council from when it was originally associated with Mont Haven, and how much work you've put into this and how much love you have for our community and for the arts community, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Renee, thank you.
Any other questions? No more
think we're
questions?
good.
Okay, watch for that in your email. I'll send you the other presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Appreciate that. Jeff, could I bug you real quick? Sure. So some of y'all might recognize his face. He's very often sitting in that chair that I just came from. I want to read a proclamation about Jeff Coker. Whereas the Hendersonville Planning Commission was established to hear and decide requests for professional development and help plan for growth and development in Hendersonville. And whereas Jeff Coker served on the Hendersonville Planning Commission from March 18, 2021 until April 2025, during part of which time he also served as the chairman of the board. Actually, most of that time he was. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, by the authority vested in me as mayor, and on behalf of the entire board of mayor and aldermen, do formally proclaim our gratitude and appreciation and urge all citizens of Hendersonville to join us in honoring Jeff Coker for his dedicated service to all the residents of the community. Jeff, thank you so much for serving.
thank you.
I hate that you're leaving. I appreciate your time. If you want to say something, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this has been a couple months in the works since I turned in my resignation. Thoroughly enjoyed serving the city and serving on the Planning Commission. But for those that know me, my wife and I have a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 5-year-old. There's two of us, there's three of them, and when they're all playing sports in the spring, it's really hard to be in all these places simultaneously. So I had to step aside because of that, but I thoroughly enjoyed serving the city, and I appreciate the mayor's appointment in this proclamation as well. Appreciate the service that y'all do as well. So,
Thank you, Jeff.
Mayor, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. You get to keep that one.
Oh, thank you.
I'll read about Jim Young. If I read everything about Jim Young, y'all should know it'd take us a long, long time. So I'm just going to read this. Whereas the Sumner County Resource Authority Board was established in 1979 to plan for and maintain solid waste disposal and resource recovery within Sumner County, including the city of Hendersonville. Whereas after serving as finance director for the city of Hendersonville, Jim Young continued to contribute to our community on the Sumner County Resource Authority Board for 30 years. During part of which time he also served as secretary and treasurer of the board. I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, by the authority vested in me as mayor and on behalf of our entire board, do formally proclaim our gratitude and appreciation and urge all citizens of Hendersonville to join us in honoring Jim Young for his dedicated service to all the residents of the community. Jim has an interesting background. The second part of his life was in Tennessee in government service. The first part of his life, he had a totally professional career, moved back here as part of retirement, and did a very poor job of that. I want you to tell people a little bit more about what you've been doing.
Well, in 1994, Mark Skidmore was on the board. That tells you how long ago it was. I became the finance director for the city of Hendersonville, and I worked here until 2000, and then I retired again. And then I was the interim finance director for Sumner County for about 6 months and hired my replacement. Then I was the interim finance director for Sumner County Schools, hired my replacement. But all the same time, I've been on the board at the Resource Authority. And we used to burn trash, for those of you who don't know it, and we lost a little over $1.5 million a year. Mark can remember that, and 2/7 of that expense went to the city of Hendersonville, 2/7 to Gallatin, and 3/7 to the county. Well, when we quit burning and started hauling, we're making money now, or they're making money now. So you haven't had that load that you've had to share. But it's been enjoyable. And as I told Mark, when you reach the age of 85, it's time to give it up. So that's exactly what I'm doing. But I've enjoyed it. I enjoy Hendersonville. And it's been a good ride. So thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. So this next one deals with Americans with disabilities. I know we have somebody here for this one. Oh, there we go. I was standing right next to her. Thank you so much for being here and suggesting this to us. So let me read this, please. On July 26, 1990, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law with strong bipartisan support, representing a historic commitment to the values of liberty, individual dignity, and equal opportunity for millions of Americans living with disabilities. And whereas the ADA and the protections that preceded it reflect deeply held principles shared by Tennesseans, that every individual is created with purpose, that families should be supported in raising their children with care and respect, and that communities thrive when everyone is given the opportunity to contribute. And whereas these laws have empowered people with disabilities to live, learn, and work with greater independence, fostering a culture of inclusion and productivity that strengthens our schools, our businesses, and our communities. And whereas the city of Hendersonville recognizes that preserving and advancing the ideals of the ADA, IDEA, and Section 504 requires ongoing local leadership, sound governance, and shared commitment to ensuring access and opportunity for every citizen. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, do hereby proclaim July 26, 2025 as Americans with Disability Act 35th Anniversary Day throughout the City of Hendersonville, and I commend the observance of our citizens. So I want y'all to hear a little bit more about this, and I'm going to have her introduce herself and tell sort of how we got to this point. So thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Sarah with the Tennessee Disability Coalition. There's about 1.7 million Tennesseans with disabilities, and the Americans with Disabilities Act is our civil rights legislation. So that's the ADA, which sounds like this grand foreign concept, but in Hendersonville, that means curb cuts to get into City Hall, and that means accessible playgrounds like Mary's Magical Park and like our Memorial Park. You know, my kids with disabilities can access that with their peers, and that makes them feel included in our city, and that makes me feel really proud to be a citizen here in Hendersonville. It's 35 years of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and Hendersonville is doing a lot right. You have an ADA coordinator, Todd Baum, and that's a big deal. So he assesses how well we're doing and where we have to go in the future. Again, I'm really honored to accept this proclamation and appreciate the time in the meeting today to acknowledge the anniversary and to acknowledge all the great work that we're doing here for people with disabilities. Thank you.
You get to keep that. So part of the reason Sarah knows us so well is because she lives just down the road. Yeah. And so we appreciate that very much. Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay. Henry and Richard. I'm going to turn this over to you. So, presenting the life-saving awards this evening to 4 Hendersonville firefighters are Henry Puckett, President of the Colonel Anthony Bledsoe Chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution, and Richard Perkins, Public Service and Heroism Committee Chairman. These guys are also the ones that really led the way for our monument outside for William Henderson. But I'm going to turn it over to them and honor 3 of our firefighters that absolutely deserve it. So, y'all go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. On June 8th, 2025, at 3:30 a.m., a fire alarm activation was received by the Sumner County, Tennessee Emergency Communications System for an address on Camino Circle in Hendersonville, Tennessee. The closest dispatch fire companies from Station 6, Engine 6, and Truck 3 arrived to find fire and smoke coming from the attic. Finding cars in the driveway and no one outside yet, the first thought that people were inside. Captain Jess Aldridge and firefighter Braden Edwards from Truck 3 immediately started ringing the doorbell and banging on the door to get the residents up and out. After not seeing any movement from inside, they prepared to breach the door for entry. About that time, the door opened and a very frightened lady stood, unsure of what was happening. They told her her house was on fire and she would need to get out. Confused, she started to go back to a bedroom to get her husband. But they stopped her and got her out and then found her husband upstairs, locked in a bedroom, still asleep. He was awakened by the noise they made and finally realized he was in danger because of the fire. They removed him to join his wife outside and proceeded to extinguish the fire with Engine 6 and other fire companies. The residents later indicated they never heard an alarm sounding and were very grateful for the efforts of the Hendersonville Fire Department for saving them and their home. And for this life-saving act, Captain Jesse Aldridge and firefighter Braden Edwards of Truck 3 are awarded the Sons of American Revolution Life Savings Award. Now, Captain Jesse Aldridge is actually not here. His chief is accepting this on his behalf because Captain Aldridge is in Texas serving the Texans who suffered damage in the flood.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll have the opportunity to say something.
All right. Next, on Sunday morning, June 29th, 2025, the Hendersonville Fire Department was dispatched to a house fire on Lake Terrace Drive with someone possibly trapped inside. Engine 24 was the first on the scene. With the aid of a thermal imaging camera, a female victim was found 25 feet from the front door. Captain David Harrington and firefighter Dennis Allinger of Engine 24, very heavy clutter conditions, smoke and fire, and the elderly victim was unable to get out. They were able to remove her outside, and she was transported to the hospital with serious smoke inhalation injuries. Without the efforts of Captain Harrington and firefighter Angler, the outcome would have been much worse for the resident. For their efforts, Captain David Harrington and firefighter Dennis Allinger are awarded the Sons of American Revolution Life Savings Award.
So Henry and Richard, thank you for this. I asked all 4 of them if they had something to say before the meeting, and none of them want to say anything. They said that they're just doing their jobs. Here's y'all's chance. Or if Henry and Richard, if y'all want to add anything else.
we are honored to do this for them. Y'all should be proud of every one of your firefighters. Saving lives is what they do.
Thank you, guys. Have you heard of this person? Okay. Thanks, guys. Richard and Henry, I think this is the third time y'all have been here for these type of awards. I think that's the case. Mhm. Anytime y'all come back, we appreciate it. We do. Thank you. Thank you. We have nobody signed up for the public hearing. The next item on our agenda is approval of the June 16th, 2025 minutes. I need a motion, please. We have a motion from Alderman Goodwin and a second from Alderman Garza. Any discussion? All those in favor of the minutes, of approving the minutes that were provided to you in your packet, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have citizen comments. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, which time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, that's me, not to aldermen, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with different views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. Our first person is 1006 Margaret Drive. It's Ann, and Ann, I can't read your last name, and that probably isn't much about your writing as it is about my glasses, but go ahead.
It's Ann Scheich. Thank you, Mayor Clary. Alderman, I am Ann Scheich of 1006 Margaret Drive. That's the Lawson Point subdivision. Before we consider a convention center or any type of new residential development in or around or on Stop 30 Road, there is another more important matter that we need to address first. There is an ongoing need for repairs and expansion of the section of Stop 30 Road between New Shackle Island Road and Drakes Creek Road. This has been addressed several times in the past by many different residents, and in fact, even Alderman Robertson. This two-way segment of road, which is roughly 1.2 miles in length, has little to no shoulder, is very narrow, and is quickly deteriorating. These conditions present challenges to personnel, commercial, and emergency vehicles for the current volume of traffic that uses this specific section of road daily. Since this section of Stop 30 Road is the only entrance into and out of 3 relatively small bedroom communities, including my own, and is almost always clogged with traffic, I took it upon myself to review the past 23 years of annual average daily traffic figures, referred to as AADT, provided by TDOT for this specific area. The statistics are compiled yearly by the state of Tennessee and are available to the public at tdot.public.ms2soft.com/TCDS. Now, I won't bore you with a list of statistics for each year, but when the Lawson Point subdivision was established in 2001, the AADT on Stop 30 Road was an average of 1,150 vehicles per year. With the development of the streets of Indian Lake in 2007 and Durham Farms and William Burris Elementary by 2016, plus the increase of commerce along Indian Lake Boulevard, and all of that daily amount of traffic, it increased the traffic on Daly Road on Stop 30 considerably. By 2019, the AADT along Stop 30 Road had increased to 5,445 vehicles annually. As of 2024, the AADT stands at 7,134 vehicles per year on a 2-lane road. That's an annual average daily traffic per year on that 2-way street. Stop 30 Road has gone from handling 1,550 vehicles per year in 2001 to 7,134 vehicles per year in 2024. That's a 360% increase in traffic on a 2-way street in just 23 years. That's a lot. That's more than 5,000 vehicles per year on that 1.2-mile length of road that was never intended to handle that kind of volume. So I have to ask the question, because I live there, why hasn't the road been approved upon to handle that volume of traffic in the last 23 years, especially when the data was available from the Tennessee Department of Transportation? Has anyone ever investigated the crash data along on this road for the same time period? My own father suffered an accident that totaled his car in 2014 at the intersection of our entrance at Margaret Drive and Stop 30 Road. Several friends of mine have suffered accidents and have had to veer off the road because you may be involved in a head-on collision. It happens all the time because the road's too narrow. The last 10 years of only improvements that we've seen is some addition of gravel to the edge of the road in an attempt to add a shoulder. It's been years since it was paved. It used to be paved regularly. This is our road. This is the only way we have in and out of our neighborhoods. 3 neighborhoods, Lawson Point, the Meadows, and Cross Creek. That's it. It's the only way we have in and out. And if there's an accident on Vietnam veterans, they use our road. If they don't want to get into Kroger off of Vietnam veterans, they go down to Indian Lake and they come up Stop 30. 1.2 miles of road. It needs to be fixed. And as for a convention center, we don't need that in the middle of a neighborhood. It's quiet. We have some suggestions, my neighbors and I. There's Saundersville Road from Indian Lake all the way to Main Street.
And 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, it's already zoned for commercial. Use that. It's 4 lanes with a median. And they also suggest big play on Main Street. It's already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate that. Stephen Puckett, Sanders Ferry Road.
All right, my name is Stephen Puckett. I reside at 228 Sanders Ferry Road, apartment A21, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'm here to speak on this convention center idea, resolution, whatever. First off, the resolution needs to, it was mentioned the infrastructure. The resolution needs to be amended to require state guarantees for the infrastructure. Second, and state guarantees that the infrastructure is in place before this thing opens. That's non-negotiable. Also, it has mentions of Stop 30, infrastructure improvements for Stop 30 and Drake's Creek, but it also needs to have specific stated improvement for 386 southbound for a collector. That way, it doesn't impact, that way it will not impact the crossover issues that we're already having between exits 3 and 1, because we're not just dealing with cars, we're dealing with coach buses for this type of facility. Also, 386 northbound, you need requirement for a specific exit ramp that could be incorporated as a relief ramp for exit 7, but it's going to have a direct exit ramp directly into the facility, because coach buses turning across exit 7, not happening. Same thing with exit 6, not happening. Trying to send coach buses down that Stop 30 definitely ain't happening. So that unique exit is critical and needs to be required for any consideration. And this can send that message to developers for whatever they want to put there. If they want to put a Venture Science Center or something else, it's not that's the expectation. You want to come here, you want to bring something, that we want that state guarantee, and we want it guaranteed before it opens, no matter what it is, because it's a critical safety issue. And there's no debate about it. Not only that, but also we're Hendersonville. If we're going to offer something like this up and say we're going to support it, we're going to be fancy. We want the Tiffany ring. We want that pink Cadillac, because we've got to make it clear what we expect. Now, also, I want to give everybody a bit of a reality check. Unless the city purchases the property, it's going to develop into something. And so, if you want the city to purchase the property and to keep it from developing or turn it into a park for flood control, you need to say it tonight so that Fort Sumner can help the city gain those resources and put in order to do that. Now, some had suggested, and it was just a moment ago, the different other properties for a convention center, conference center type thing. Direct connect to the interstate is number one for it. That's a critical element. There's only 3 locations within our city limits that fit that qualification. This is one. Another one is Costco, is currently a Costco. The third one is the Festival Center, and I'd let planning explain why it hasn't been developed into that. But this is a high-value site. So, the big question is, if not this, then what? Does the city need to purchase the property? Or, what is this going to become? So that Fort Sumner can help get the resources, get the infrastructure, and be able to make it so that the folks who live next to this can have what they are going to desire. Whether, like I said, Adventure Science Center or aquarium, whatever, it's going to take massive infrastructure no matter what it is because of where it's at on the roadway. And for the folks that live along Sub 30, they're the most important voice in the room because it's their neighbor. They've got to live with it. And so, let's make sure we get those amendments in there in particular. And then let's hear what the Stop 30 folks say, because, I know it takes a little bit of work to tell the city what you want.
Stephen, 30 seconds.
If a Democrat can do that work, you can too. So let's, let the city know if you need it. If you want them to purchase property, let them know so that Fort Sumner can get those resources to help them. Thank you.
Thank
God
you,
bless.
Steve. Julia Dyer, Valley Drive.
Hi, I'm Julia Dyer. I live at 104 Valley Drive. I live on the Barrett Farm, 4th generation. Farm was purchased in 1946. We back up to the property that they want to build a convention center on. I think it's a really irrational idea, infrastructure. I grew up playing on that land before the company now that purchased it. It floods every time it rains. There is no guarantee of anything being built there, what would happen to it. I think we've already had a convention center. We had an expo center built here when I was a child, and now it's a call center. We've already tried that formula. It obviously didn't work, and now it's not even an expo center at all. I think it's an irrational plan, and I think it's corporate greed coming into our city and taking over when we should be focused on small businesses and building community. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Appreciate that. Tony Johnson, West Bank Drive.
Good evening. I'm Tony Johnson. I live at 1009 West Bank Drive. I've lived there for 25 years, called Hendersonville home. I'm standing here today to oppose the resolution that you're considering about expressing an interest in building a hotel, a convention center, and all the adjoining there. I know that resolution does not authorize it, but it's an expressive interest, and I stand to oppose that. Reaching out to my neighbors, I started to get some feedback, so I formed an online petition at change.org. I've shared some of that with you. To my surprise, and I can share these statistics with you, that petition in just a few weeks has been viewed 2,934 times. It's been shared 267 shares, and it has 502 verified signatures opposing this activity on Stop 30 Road. I would like to read some of the petition to you. It says, the reason for opposition is the preservation of residential zoning. We believe that maintaining this zoning is crucial for the character and the integrity of the community that we live in. There is a major impact on local infrastructure which cannot currently support the congestion in the area. The citizens of Hendersonville has expressed strong opposition to this type of development in this area in the past. And here's the one that I think got a lot of attention. Resolution 2025-21, while it does not authorize zoning, it expresses an interest from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to go and develop plans. We believe that there's a process for that. We believe developers should bring plans, they should bring them to the Planning Commission, they should have citizens' comments and inputs well before they get before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So I'm standing here on behalf of 502 citizens that ask you to vote no for that resolution tonight.
Tony, thank you. Paula Johnson, West Bank Drive.
Good evening. I am Paula Johnson, and I live at 1009 West Bank Drive here in Hendersonville. You just heard from my husband, and I'm not a speaker like he is. I am a housewife, a mother, and a citizen of Hendersonville, Tennessee. We moved to Hendersonville in the year 2000, thank you. And we moved in the area that we moved in because it was quiet, it was rural, it was country, it was green space, and we loved that area. When we moved here, nothing was on Indian Lake Road, Walmart, Target wasn't there, we had horses, we had cattle. That was the scene that I wanted to raise my daughter in. That's where I grew up. I grew up like that. We both grew up in West Tennessee. And we've really enjoyed being here. Since we've been here, in the 25 years we've been here, the growth has been, well, just say booming. And I know it's good for Hendersonville. Growth is good for Hendersonville. Some of it, not all of it. And I am opposed to the convention center and hotel. And I hope that you do not vote tonight to go ahead with those plans. We hope that we can preserve the green space that we have left, what little there is. And we just hope that you will vote no to that resolution. Thank you.
Paula, thank you. Mrs. McMullen, Pin Oak Drive.
Hello, you know we're not good at this. But I recently went to a commission meeting in a large city in Sumner County other than Hendersonville, and I couldn't believe it. It was chaos in the county commission and I'm not good at this, I told you that. The meetings were terrible. There was no order, let alone Robert's Rules of Order. The committees were chaos. You are so competent. I just wanted to tell you, continue the good work. I commend you all. Thank you.
Ms. McMullen, thank you. Jeff Blazak, Macy Drive.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Blazak. I live at 104 Macy Drive. It's been a minute since I've been here. A lot of new faces. Mayor Clary knows that I was involved in the city during the waste debate a few years ago. But I'm here to talk about this convention center hotel. North of the bypass, when I moved here 12 years ago, it was just described, it was country. I've lived all over the country from Florida to Arizona to Minnesota to Michigan. And this was the first opportunity for me to live in a quiet place, not a big city like Phoenix or Minneapolis. I've raised my children here. They are Tennesseans. What I have seen in the 12 years that I've been here is nothing short of disastrous. When is enough enough? When do we as a city sit back and say, stop? Over 1,100 homes have been built north of the bypass within 1 mile of where I live, between Durham Farms, my neighborhood, Fountain Brook. Norman Creek, Norman Way, Ivy Point. And guess what hasn't changed? The 2-lane roads. The industry that I work in, we have something called axle weight that NHTSA uses to regulate highways. Can't go over 80,000 pounds for your truck. I guarantee you when those roads were built, they didn't take into account the hundreds of dump trucks going over those roads every single day. The flatbed trucks bringing brick and other building materials going over those roads every single day. Literally, Anderson is sinking. There's no shoulder. There's nowhere to go if somebody's coming at you over the hill that's on their phone in the middle of the road. You're in a ditch or you're in a tree. So let's just figure there's 2,000 plus more cars north of the bypass. That's probably understated. Where do they go? I challenge all of you, and I know my friend over there has driven this road, but try getting to 386 about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You're backed up to Mustang Way. And guess who else is on Mustang Way? Our firefighters. I know they have a little offshoot that they can go through a neighborhood and through Burris, but that's not activated yet. You get an accident at the intersection of 386 or stop 30, good luck. They're calling another house because those guys won't be able to get there. And you can't move out of the way. There's nowhere for you to go. You're either in a creek or you're in a ditch. What are we doing even talking about this? I mean, we're not the city by the lake anymore. We're the city with no green. There's nothing left. Every little piece of parcel that was open space is gone. It's being built on, or there's a sign to build on it. My family all go down Mustang Way every day. My wife and my kids. And they love those guys over there. You know why? Because during field day and events outside, the firefighters are out there interacting with them. The publicity that the fire department is getting by being there is amazing because there are kids that want to be firefighters now because of those guys, Chief's team, and all of the interactions that they have with kids. But we're hurting them. We are taking away their ability to save lives. And it became very clear today that that's an important thing in the city when we honored 4 firefighters. What are we going to do when somebody dies because we couldn't get to them? Because we have a casino or a convention center or a hotel or whatever it's going to be? When is enough enough? When do we say it's done? Because I've seen growth. I've never seen growth like this. I've never seen communities absolutely decimated. I've lived here for 12 years. You know what? I haven't sat out on my porch and had a quiet night since I've lived here. It's construction. Something's being built every single day. This isn't what we moved here for. We chose Sumner County. We chose Hendersonville for a lot of reasons. I'm asking you guys, all of you, drive that strip about 3 o'clock.
Jeff, 30 seconds.
Got it. Or about noon on a Sunday and see what the traffic is. See how long it takes you to get from that area to Main Street about 5 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Lisa Bracco, Lake Terrace Drive.
Lisa Bracco, 296 Lake Terrace Drive. Mayor Cleary, I'm writing as a 30-year Hendersonville rental resident, property owner, and concerned citizen to express my frustration with the current leadership and direction of Hendersonville. Fire Chief Scotty Bush recently wrote, "Integrity lasts longer than manipulation ever will." His message reflects the sentiment of many of us who feel ignored, dismissed, and misrepresented by those in office, specifically Mayor Clary and some of the aldermen. I don't know why we don't say alder ladies. That's another show. I have personally sent 13 emails to you without response. The 14th one, you finally responded. Everybody told me you don't respond to emails, and I didn't believe it until it happened to me. Only after referencing concerns surrounding your first election did I receive a reply. In a face-to-face meeting with you last time, you refused eye contact, you backed up, and you were eating a cookie. As I shared serious safety concerns, a moment that sadly reflects a troubling pattern of disregard. I have been harassed at my home, received death threats, and am involved in an active criminal investigation. I requested a streetlight from the Board of Mayor and alder ladies for my safety. I was met with inaction and indifference. For citizens who are in danger, the lack of urgency is unacceptable. Additionally, there was recently written up, the tax center set out a rental property assessment from 25 to 40%. That is ridiculous. I cannot compete. I am handicapped and I live off the rental income. As someone who pays taxes and invests in this community, I expect treatment and transparency. I have dedicated my life to doing what's right, including serving as a whistleblower in a $200 million federal healthcare fraud case that we won because of me working inside and never could get a job again after doing the right thing. I've worked with the FBI and the OIG, fully aware of the personal cost of being honest and truthful and not billing for dead patients. I believe in integrity and service, values that seem lost in Hendersonville's current leadership, and I don't mean that to everybody. Our firefighters deserve their promised 10% raise, which I understand has gone through. But that should not have happened. That was ridiculous. And the way I look at it, they're owed 7 months back for waiting for some squabble. That's nonsense. That's not adults. I believe Hendersonville deserves better. If our current leadership continues to fall short, I will be voting for change. I'm sorry, it's on my phone here. I will be voting for change. I will fight for and support Democratic candidates in upcoming elections, local, state, and federal, because I believe the city needs public servants who care more about the people than political posturing. We need to return to responsible, courageous leadership, and I will do what I can to help bring that about. Lisa Bracco. I want to add one more thing. Someone mentioned the disability. I'm thrilled I want to meet with that person. Someone mentioned the chaos at the commission, county commission. It is, I won't say what I think. I am going to lead in this city a DOGE, and I'm going to get the people to put that money to getting handicapped, accessible playgrounds for all children. When I was at the last school board meeting, they had only enough money for 4 to 7. If I were a kid in a wheelchair and had to sit there and watch all my friends play, that's unacceptable. This city has way too much money. And I'm not saying the school board is wrong, because they're fighting with the county commission.
Lisa, 30
back and
seconds.
forth. What?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So I do want to warn all of you. I have 2 representatives that don't represent me at all. And I can reference another one. And you will read about the criminal investigation. It'll be in Gallatin in the courtroom. I stood up to scammers and almost got murdered for it. And I need a light there. And Terry told me I'm not getting one.
Lisa, thank you. Next, we have Brian Moore from Stop 30 Road.
My name is Brian Moore. I'm 2038 Stop 30 Road. I do apologize. I didn't have anything prepared to say. I mainly just put my name in the hat to, in case something come up that I wanted to address. I oppose of the convention center hotel idea for Stop 30. I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the other idea of the rezoning that was projected a year or so ago. There was 3 different options. It was proposed to stop 30 and some of the neighbors around. And we got to a second meeting, and past that, we never heard what was coming about with the zoning planning. And now I'm hearing that, you know, there's a hotel and a convention center planned to come in. And I was scared of what happened to my property, you know, on the first go-around with all the other rezoning, because they had talked about bringing in businesses. Now you're talking about putting a convention center in next door to my property. I've got a 100 by 100 foot piece of property with a house sitting on top of it. I don't have room and, you know, traffic for a convention center and a big hotel next to me. I just, like I say, I'm scared of my property, and I wanted to make sure that I was heard that I oppose this plan. I appreciate your time.
Brian, thank you. Charlene Allmiller, Rule and Circle.
Hi, I'm Charlene Allmiller. I live at 143 Rulin Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. I'm here to talk about 3 items that are on the agenda. First, the conference center. I echo what some of the other commenters had said. I would prefer it to be in the older parts of Hendersonville. But I do understand that the landowners may not be able to do it there, or the developers who would want to do this. I think there are pros and cons to having it on Stop 30, though. The cons are that it could affect the existing hotels that may be seeing reduced usage already, and it will definitely increase traffic in an area that's already needs help. One of the pros is that this type of development would not put a strain on schools, whereas I believe it's already zoned for residential and a PUD, so like multiple houses could actually add to the enrollment at schools. And if the developer could widen Stop 30, which already needs it, that could also be a bonus. This is part of the job that I don't envy you guys on. I know that it's really hard, so I don't really have a position on it just because it's not in my area really, and so that's very selfish, but that's just the way it is. Good luck. So on Resolution 2025-20, the carryover accumulated vacation, I think it's a good idea for some employees, but as with any change like this, the city should grandfather employees that would be hindered by this. Otherwise, there could be litigation, particularly if an employee can make a case that they've been targeted. My third one is about the executive department analysis, the trend analysis that's done on the last few pages. I do want to thank the alderman from Ward 5 for requesting this. I've been mentioning, I think 4 times, how there's been a shell game going on with the positions in executive department over the past 4 years, and so you can't actually see if the costs are increasing. And the analysis on from pages 95 through 101 in the agenda shows that what I've been talking about is actually happening. I'd like you to look further into this. At the last meeting, during the discussion on this issue, the mayor had said that he had never received a raise except cost of living increases, but the salary was set at $43,000 for the mayor who would win the November 2020 election. And on page 96, it shows that the fiscal year 2026 executive budget has only 2 positions, the mayor and the COO. And the budget is $613,000 for those 2 positions. So you can never tell me that any of our public safety personnel who are saving lives don't deserve what they get whenever this is not a Fortune 500 company. They are supposed to be public servants. I don't expect them to work for free, but I also don't expect them to use taxpayer dollars as a piggy bank. So I don't fault you for not seeing that because it was buried a lot, but that should make you feel sick. 2 people making $613,000. And if that doesn't make you sick, you do need to be replaced. Thank you.
Next. Thank you, Charlene. And next we have Rebecca, looks like Golden on New Hope Road. I could be wrong about that.
I'm Rebecca Goddard, and I live at 2339A New Hope Road in Hendersonville. So I'm part of the county. I'm not in Hendersonville. I've lived here for 4 years, and when we were doing our research to move to Tennessee from California because of irresponsible, reckless growth, that happened in California with traffic and taxes and people just being yes men to developers, which you're not here to represent developers. You're here to represent we the people, in case y'all forgot. And when I saw these posts about the convention center, I had to look at the date because I honestly thought it was April 1st and that someone was joking. Because you literally had to be a fool to think that a convention center and a hotel on a chicken poop road is an appropriate thing to do. That road is insane. I mean, it's literally insane that anyone would even think to put anything on there. The fact that we continue to build houses on it, there's a level of insanity that's going on here and in planning that needs to be examined. What are you all getting from it? Because the people here are begging you to not do that. So it's going to be a follow the money game. So if you are for this.
Hey, Rebecca, I'm not going to let you go there. We've got a rule here that says that you should not question those with differing views, okay?
I'm not questioning anybody.
I think you are, so go ahead.
Okay. A convention center in the middle of a rural residential area is irresponsible. It's foolish, it's reckless, it's idiotic. It is not anything that belongs there. It is not anything. It will be completely unsafe for children. I sit on New Shackle Road because of this Drakes Creek and Durham Farms development. And there is an accident multiple times a week there. It is completely dangerous. And all you are putting is your citizens that pay taxes in further danger. It is a safety issue in every step of the way. And a convention center is not something that is used every day. It's going to be there so y'all can have, I'm sorry, I'm from California, and you do not want the Tiffany ring, and you don't want the shiny box or whatever, the pink Cadillac. You don't want any of that because all that comes with that is traffic, taxes, and crime. And if you want to bring that into here, that's your choice. But it's not, it's absolutely reckless. You have multiple places in Hendersonville that you can build an appropriate convention center that we don't need. We have the Premier Center. I can't get past that someone actually brought this up. Like, here's a place, let's do this. That's not the place for it. I mean, all you have to do is drive on the road once in the dark and once during rush hour and go, the light bulb should go on. If it's not, then you probably shouldn't be in the seats that you're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. So next on our agenda, we have consent agenda, and the only thing we have there, and we don't actually take a vote on this, is the receive and file the classification and compensation plan as adopted by the budget ordinance. Once the board adopted, passed on second reading our budget ordinance, the staff had to go back and put some information together. So now you have that information that we actually voted on as part of the budget. Next, we have item 1 under ordinance and resolutions, and that is first reading of ordinance 2025-13. This is an ordinance rezoning 26 acres located on Rockland Road from mixed commercial to industrial plan development and approving the Lincoln Rockland Commercial Plaza Comprehensive Development Plan to govern the development of that property. If whoever's going to speak could come to the podium, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself a little bit. But the reason that I'm a sponsor for this is that this is one of those situations that state law requires that it come to the board and the board make some decision on it. If you want my opinion on it, you feel free to ask, or obviously you'll see it when I vote on that. But my sponsorship should not give you an idea of how I feel on it. It's just to make sure that we follow state law. So introduce yourself and actually introduce yourself first. If you could go ahead.
I'm Lane Baker with Lincoln Property Company. We office downtown at 424 Church Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, hold on just a second. Do we want to have discussion first? Do we want to hear from them? Do we want to hear from Jay? Nobody's light has been hit yet. Lane, you might get off the hook easy. Do we want to have hear from him? Oh, hold on just a second. Alderman Collins, go ahead.
I would like to hear from you.
Okay, so if you leave it like that, we were wide open for what he might say, but it seems like Alderman Bergdorf might want to ask something. Alderman Bergdorf.
No particular questions.
Okay.
They covered this pretty well in planning.
Okay.
And it was pretty well beat up
on both sides of the fence there.
Okay.
So it was, all questions were covered at that point, and the information provided was complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so without objection, we'll suspend the rules and hear from Lane. Short, and then we'll take questions. How's that?
Yeah, no, that's great. And want to thank you all for your time and for being
Sorry,
here.
Lane. I'm screwing up twice. I need a motion.
I move to suspend the rules.
No, motion to get this on the floor. I forgot that part. So we have a motion from Alderman Goodwin and a second from Alderman Dixon. Okay, without objection, we're going to suspend the rules. Go ahead, Lane.
Thank you all for your time tonight. Appreciate the audience. Want to thank, first of all, the planning department, Keith, Timothy, Jay Ritterbeck, all of their support on both the Molly Walton project that we brought through Planning Commission last year and are now under construction on off of Free Hill Road on Molly Walton. And as we've worked to find this site off of Rockland. So the 26-acre site, we are proposing to build 2 buildings totaling 254,000 feet. It'll be industrial flex type product, with the thought that we can bring jobs and growth and investment to the city of Hendersonville. We envision these to be local groups that are either expanding, relocating, or new to the Hendersonville market. And we feel like this is a great opportunity to activate a site that's consistent with the surrounding uses. You've got the White House utility water treatment plant next door. You've got the city of Goodlettsville property to the west. And we feel like it's a really good opportunity to amend what has been somewhat of a dated plan with the Festival Center. One of the things that we've really wanted to do from the get-go is incorporate feedback from the planning department, from the neighbors, from various staff members, because it is important to make sure that the project is executed in a fashion that everybody's happy with and that is there for, the next 100 years that we can be proud of. One of those things that we knew was very important to the city was extending the road from Rockland to the western property boundary of our site. So we will be building about 34% of the road that will ultimately connect Rockland back to South Center Point Road. We would love the opportunity, and we've explored initially how we could potentially work with City of Hendersonville and BOMA to potentially extend the road further through the City of Goodlettsville portion. Obviously, there's some nuance there, but we understand the traffic impacts are going to be something that's scrutinized, and we're here to answer your questions, but we also are working on a long-term solution by building a portion of the road, and we look forward to seeing that come to fruition.
Lane, thank you. Alderman Collins, any questions?
I would just say that I appreciate your willingness to invest in our city. This seems like a really good project to me. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf, any questions?
No, no questions. Thank you again for bringing this to the city, so we can take a look at it.
Thank you very much.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. So, couple of questions for you. Actually, could we get this up on the screen so everyone else can see what we're even talking about?
It's coming.
And Director Freed, could you kind of walk us through this project, walk everyone here, including us, on this, so kind of have a better understanding of what this is all about? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Alderman. The image that's up there, you see kind of where that star is? That right there, the road there is West Main Street. And then Rockland Road is a little spur right up through there. And then that darker road to the left, as the cursor is following it, that's going to be, as the gentleman was talking about, where they're going to be constructing about a third of the east-west collector road that'll be connecting eventually over to South Center Point Road. The buildings, there's 2 buildings. They're 2 larger industrial buildings that are there on the site. Additionally, on the roadway, and it may be in the plans that you might be able to see on another page, but on the roadway, it's going to be a 3-lane road with a couple of partial medians in there. And then also it's going to be tree lined along the roadway as well. So significant investment in the infrastructure. Also, there's going to be improvements along Rockland Road as well that the developer would be doing as well. And the area to the west of this, or to the left of this image, that's the area that the city of Goodlettsville owns that's undeveloped. But that also is something we worked out a few years ago, where the city of Hendersonville has a right of first refusal. Also, the city of Goodlettsville, in a trade we did a few years ago on some other things, did promise to and give us 64 foot of right-of-way along that property. So we have the potential to connect that through as well into the future. And this particular project, you know, the recent capital improvement transportation plan that BOMA adopted here just a few months ago, this is one of those projects that are on there as well that's been identified. That's kind of just a brief overview of what that is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that was very helpful. So looking at the plans here, and some of the information on here, it's saying there's about 640,000 square feet of retail big box space. Is that correct?
It's really the applicant may be able to explain it a little bit better.
Or is that the old plan?
Well, that was I think the old plan was, it was just a retail center. It was kind of like a 1970s, 1980s kind of strip center is what the old development was. But this development is more similar to what we've approved up at Molly Walton, where the Music City Center up in that area, in that industrial park. They're doing something similar there, that the inside of it can be broken up into smaller places where you could have companies that might have office and storage, and or it could be, you know, one larger company or a couple. So it's kind of a flexible space that can kind of meet whatever the market would be.
So how much traffic do we expect to be going through on that? Right, and is this the only road to the property?
Yes.
Until they extend it to Center
That's
Point,
correct.
right?
That's
the only
correct.
road. So how much traffic can we expect to go through there?
I'll let the applicant address, he might be better to address the specific traffic that could be generated from that.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Brendan Bowles with Kimley Horn. I work with the applicant's
Hold on, Brendan.
team.
Without objection, we'll allow Brendan to speak as well as anybody else representing the project. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Brendan Bowles with Kimley Horn and Associates in Nashville. There's 275,000 square feet planned across the two buildings. The traffic patterns will vary based on the type of tenants that do occupy them, but the traffic study that we submitted to the engineering department had 57 a.m. peak hour trips and 59 p.m. peak hour trips generated from the 275,000 square feet. And it is the only access point today. That's why, as Keith, the planning director, was speaking about that future connection, we do see that as, you know, important to the city and part of the transportation plan. It's about 1,400 linear feet of roadway that they're building, somewhere a little north of $2 million is what we estimate the cost of that road will be. That's being borne by the developer. We are widening the Rockland Road along our frontage as well, new sidewalks, new curb and gutter, 3-lane section down through there to try and help that traffic situation. We all see the need for additional connectivity, you know, that doesn't have to get out to Main Street. So again, that future connection will be important to the city.
Will there be a turn lane, a right turn lane into the property, right turn lane out, left? I mean, are we going to have turn lanes at every entrance and exit from that roadway, since that is the only access point?
From the new proposed roadway?
Yeah.
I don't think we're showing decel lanes because there's not any opposing traffic right now to need them. We are doing a northbound left turn lane on Rockland Road into the project site, and we'll have a eastbound left turn lane and a right turn lane once you get to the intersection. So it's a 3-lane section.
So going into the property, you'll have a central turn lane.
That's correct.
Turning left, and then there will be a dedicated right turn into it going east or southbound, right? Is that what you're saying?
There's a dedicated right turn when you get to the main intersection with Rockland, not at each driveway. We have 4 driveways planned today for the 2 sites or 2 buildings. So we're not planning to construct right turn lanes at this time. Maybe in the future they could be warranted, but there's no traffic, really to.
Now, I'm talking
that.
on Rockland, not into the individual, so you're
Oh,
talking about.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Rockland, no, we're not proposing a right turn lane. That wasn't warranted in the traffic study.
Okay. I would ask that you consider that in your final plans when they come to Planning Commission. Because that is, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you're gonna make Rockland Road improvements anyways, right?
That's correct. Yeah, it'll be 3 lanes, section through there, so it'll be widened and make it a little
Right.
bit more consistent, because it's
But
got
by
a little
3
bit of.
lanes, you're talking one going west, one going east, and then that center
That's correct.
turn lane, right?
Mhm. We can ask the traffic team to take a look at the, I guess that's a southbound right turn lane into the new public road. Is that what you're asking?
Right, going from Rockland Road east into your property, having a dedicated right turn lane. Just a little, cutout, turn in there. Because I could see if we get, especially during those heavy traffic times of the day, because I envision that these are probably going to be 9 to 5, these businesses are operating here. So you're gonna have a lot of traffic in the morning going in there, and a lot of traffic coming out of there in the evening. So just adding those extra lanes, I think would be, or that one extra lane would be very helpful in just making sure that the traffic's able to flow through their correctly.
Understood, yeah, we'll take a look at it for you.
That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Sassy. Alderman Skidmore.
Hold on just a second, let me write something down.
Alderman Skidmore, would you like to make a motion to take a 5-minute break?
I was almost finished, and I wanted to write this down, because it is my ward, or our ward, and I just had several questions, but, if we need to take a break, then I would like to for 5 minutes for the break, and
Okay,
then
so we have a
we'll
motion from
we'll
Alderman
entertain it.
Skidmore, a second from Alderman Ward. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, Alderman
Thank
Skidmore.
you, thank you, yes, sir.
Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you very much. I had several questions, or a series of questions, but I do need to, I'm going to narrow it down tonight, because it is my understanding, Mayor, and just for the record, they have a public hearing next in 2 weeks, or on second reading for the zoning?
Is it 2 weeks?
Right.
Okay, so so the next time this will be considered will be at our second meeting in August, and we'll have a public hearing then.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure for the record, we're going to have another shot at it before I let you guys know that. But I do have a couple of questions for you guys, and I appreciate you coming into our ward because you think it's a very good area for for the building, and we're always open for opportunities for investment in our community as well as in our district, and I appreciate that. Couple of questions. I was here the night that you all came to the Planning Commission. I sat in the back very, clandestinely, actually, just kind of sat there and listened. That's the best way to find out things. And I appreciated your presentation and to the Planning Commission, and the questions that were asked, that you all answered them very, there wasn't any hesitation. You all knew that, and I appreciate that because I've seen it other ways too. That people go in, they go, I'm not really sure. I have to have somebody else to look at it, but you all didn't, and I appreciate that. Couple of questions though. On the Rockland Road, now not the extension that's going to Center Point Road, I just have a couple of questions on that right now. Have you all done a traffic study for that area right there for your development on the old Rockland Road? Because see, that road, believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this, that was the main drag, or that was not Main Street when Hendersonville was born in the day. Rockland Road was the main street of Hendersonville. And actually, our driving has not changed that much. It's very crowded, and it's very, what I mean by crowded, what I mean by people that are coming home from work from Nashville, because that's what our district, Ward 1, a lot of our people that are on the peninsula use that road to go from Rockland Road, where the gas stations are, all the way to Imperial Boulevard, and then they turn right on to Riviera Drive, and then they expand. They let out there on Imperial and Riviera, and it goes into Harbor. And I'm sure you guys know that. If you've done a traffic study, you know the traffic patterns of that area. So that's my first question. Have you done anything like that at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What are you going to tell me about it?
We did scope a traffic study with the City of Hendersonville Engineering Department, and did do analysis at our project driveway on Rockland Road. We looked at Rockland Road and Main Street, and then looked at Freehill Road and Main Street. Those intersections were the 3 intersections that were scoped with the city engineering staff. That's what we analyzed.
Okay, and so what was your analysis?
The analysis showed that the Freehill and Main Street intersection operated at an acceptable level of service. The proposed intersection of our street, the new street in Rockland Road, would operate at an acceptable level of service, and that the Rockland Road Main Street intersection did operate, I think it was a level of service E or F at that intersection. And so there's a lot of traffic, as you very well know.
Yes, I do.
That go through there that are working their way back and forth to either get to the Vietnam Vets or get to Main Street, or travel through the city as you described. And that's, again, why this public roadway extension that will eventually go to the west, we're trying to relieve some of that in the future. And again, we're committing a little over $2 million to build that roadway and that future connection. But we are proposing widening Rockland Road along our frontage, and trying to get a consistent 3-lane section that would really start at our southern property line there, all the way back up to the intersection to give some more storage capacity there.
Okay, and so what you're telling me is, because what I have to do, and I've had to do it for quite some time, and I don't mind doing it, I go back and explain these things to my district, because I'm very open and transparent to them, because I would want to be treated as such if one of those persons were to sit in the very chair that I am in. So when you say you're going to widen Rockland Road, are you saying you're going to have the road, one road, let's just say this, because I don't try to get onto this east-west. I'm very straight up, and I just tell you like I see it and the way I view it. And if you don't understand it, I'll restate it a different way.
Yes,
for
sir.
you. But the constituents that I represent, they're probably a lot smarter than I am anyway. So, I just tell it like it is. So my question to you is that the road that is going towards the red light, the space, you're going to widen that road up. How far are you going to widen it past your development there?
It's a good question. We got about, I think it's roughly 550-ish feet of road frontage on Rockland Road. So the portion of our site, which would include the new public road all the way down away from the stoplight, that frontage of the property is roughly 550 feet. So as you are traveling towards the stoplight, we'll begin to widen it out to get a 3-lane section in there so that you could turn left into the new roadway.
Okay.
And that 3-lane section would continue all the way to the red light is what we're working towards to accomplish.
And that's obviously, but I'm just saying this for the record, it's the city specifications on the road,
That's correct.
All right. Okay. My next question would be, okay, so I think you've kind of answered the traffic count, but I will tell you this. I don't know if you all have been there at traffic in the morning at 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, and you see how backed up it gets. It's because all this peninsula, and I'm talking the peninsula over here by the lake, and there's that whole peninsula. A lot of I'm not going to say everybody because that would not be very truthful to you. But I'm going to tell you there is a majority of the people that they come down Imperial Boulevard, they come down Harbor Drive, they come into Riviera at the stop sign and then stop, let the people come through, up from the ones, and it's going to get, and then they turn left off of Riviera onto Rockland Road, and it gets backed up. Now, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not joking, it does. And you can ask anybody that goes that road.
We believe you. We've seen the queues, and some of our analysis even shows that. So we've talked with the city engineering staff and with our development partners here today that are spending their dollars here on this project. That in the morning, you could have some queues that stacked up here, and that's why we're trying to get more volume, more storage capacity by widening out the 3 lanes. That'll help some, obviously, and we're not going to have a whole lot of folks, additional folks come in and trying to take a left out of our development in the morning. We're going to be trying to come in. And again, this future transportation plan and extending this road in the future is so important, why y'all identified it on your transportation plan and why we're committed to building about a third of it for you guys.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I really, truly do. But I just want to throw caution here because I don't know if you're familiar with this happening in Hendersonville, but I sure am. We've got another development that's across the street on Main Street next to the Waffle House and the Exxon. It's not in my district, but it will. Which I hope that it is not, and I'm going to fight against it. But they're asking for approval because they can't sell their houses over there or their township. But they're going to have, I don't know how many, and Keith Free, probably our planning director, can tell me how many houses that they're going to be building there. That is going to play a major effect on Rockland Road. Now, I'm telling you, I know, I live here. Do any of you all live here? No, well, you're not with the Lincoln Properties, are you? But you know what I'm talking about.
I will contest.
Hold on. Yeah, unless you're with this group, I gotta let
Right.
Mr. Skidmore speak.
That's fine. I just said you know what I was talking about to him. But my point is this, you know, I'm very protective of the city of Hendersonville. I have not lived here all my life, but I pretty much have. I'm one of those guys that have been here since junior high school. My dad was a fighter pilot, and so we were able to live on the air bases in the United States. But we made Hendersonville our home when Dad passed away. So I've been here a while, and I've seen the city of Hendersonville grow. And I've seen developers come in our community, especially in Ward 1, because Ward 1 is the oldest ward in the city of Hendersonville. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of that district, my ward. Have a great deal of respect for the people that live there. And they're like me, a lot of them. They've seen how Hendersonville has grown. I mean, we've had gasoline stations on both sides of Rockland there, and I know you know which is Speedway and Raceway right there. Then across the street, we've got an Exxon. Then right across the street from there, we've got a Waffle House. And then we've got a development that's across right next to the Waffle House going out towards the interstate or Vietnam Veteran Boulevard that doesn't have a proper access into their own development, and they have built on that. And it's going to affect y'all's property, and I want you to understand that. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I want you to understand the reality, because we can put things on paper and make it turn out what we want it to turn out. I know that. I've been up here for 30 years. I know that, because I've seen it time and time again for the city of Hendersonville. And, you know, we've seen the pretty pictures and the nice things that come through. And then when the reality is, when you start building it, it's nothing like what we see. So I'll leave that traffic thing and you keep it in your head, because I'm going to say it to you again in probably about a month or so.
I appreciate the honesty and letting us.
Well,
let us know
no,
about those
I'm being very straightforward with you. And you can probably ask anybody on this board, they'll say, oh, that's Skidmore for you.
And we're happy to share the traffic study and happy
Yeah.
to attend a community meeting in your district if that would help and explain the
Well, I
traffic.
don't know that it's necessary for that, but I appreciate your being open about that, because it is so close to the main street, the main drag. I'm impressed with your development. I'm not gonna sit here and, say all these things, but I'm just telling you what's happening, what the reality of that area of Hendersonville is, and it is what it is. So I want you to be worried about it, because I don't want to come back in a couple of years' time when you start building that area, or you're almost through with it, and then I don't want to go back and say, which I have done before, I told you so. You know, that's not good politics. You know, that's not me being a good representative for you or for the people of Hendersonville.
Yes, sir, we appreciate that.
Well, I do, because I know I've done some research on your company, and I am not one to throw caution to this for this development, because I'll tell you right now, if I thought that you were, I would tell you right now how I feel about it, and I would tell you why that I have a caution. But as of now, I do not have a caution from you guys. You guys are straight up, and for what I know of you guys, what you say is your word, and I appreciate that as a person who lives here. So let me go on and quit the gibberish here, and let me get on to my second couple of questions. What is the minimum space requirements that you all are going to be presenting for this area of your building? Like what? Well,
It's about for lease to lease the building.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is it going to be just one building, or is it going to be a series of lots that you're,
So the construction of the buildings would be two individual buildings. So one of them is about 107,000 square feet, the other is about 147,000 square feet.
right?
The way they're designed is it's called storefront. It's the glass portion. Typically, if you enter a warehouse or a showroom, they're going to have the glass portion where there's office, showroom, think your tile manufacturer or something that you're looking around at samples and you've got the office staff there. And then in the back, there will be distribution. But so we put storefront on both of the corners of the building and then in the center of the building so that you can demise those buildings down to 20,000 square feet, kind of on the smaller end, which I think is where a lot of the activity is and where we're seeing a lot of the, the successful projects across the greater Tennessee area kind of targeting.
Okay. All right, and so what is and I think I've written it down here, but I swear to you, I can't even read my own writing. Isn't that something?
I know how it goes.
What is have you ever done that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So your square footage that you're wanting to build on is 275 grand, right?
It's actually 254,000. There was a previous iteration before we had some the diligence done on site.
All right, thank you. And then I just want to make sure that on the other road, now I'm switching.
Yes, sir.
To the other Rockland Road that's behind y'all that you all are willing to pave to the specifications of Hendersonville's, because let me tell you something, we got some great specifications on roads and stuff.
Yes, sir. So I'm looking
We're
actually
very hardliners on that.
at the 64-foot right-of-way right here with the 4-foot landscaping buffers on either side, the 10-foot multi-use path, and then the, I can't read that, 18 feet total, 10 feet and 8 feet of landscape buffers on top of that.
Okay. So you've answered another question about the buffer zone. What are y'all going to put on the buffer zone? What kind of plantation or plants or trees or what, do you know?
I will have to defer to Brendan on that.
All right,
Sorry.
Brendan, come on up.
Brendan, the landscaping and traffic. We're working with Timothy and the planning department to determine those. I honestly don't have the exact plants. If there's any that you guys prefer or don't want to see, like no hackberries or no, trees that are invasive or problem trees, we'll make sure we don't plant any of those for you guys.
Well, I will tell you this, if Timothy's working with you on that, I trust him implicitly along with Keith Free. And if they tell you to put those trees, whatever kind of tree it is, then you put that tree there.
Yeah, we're definitely working with them, and obviously, we haven't gone to the final development plan stage here. We're trying to get this zoning squared away with with your support, and then once we get into those final details, we'll obviously work with them. And the city does a great job on the landscaping and have approved tree list and plant list and all those things, and so we'll certainly work from that.
Well, I again appreciate that because I know that I'm asking questions. There's the last couple of questions that I asked you really doesn't apply to rezoning, but it applies to the aesthetics of Rockland Road.
Yes, sir.
Because if you've noticed, Rockland Road is trying to get cleaned up, and I'm very proud of that fact.
And real quick, Commissioner, we will have new curb and gutter on our side of the road, new sidewalk as well, so we're gonna clean all that up. Mr. Keith and Timothy did alert us to really trying to beautify Rockland Road and make that nicer, so we've been working with them. And I was born and raised in Nashville, so
Brendan,
not
I
Hendersonville.
appreciate that. Any other questions, Alderman Skidmore?
Yes, I do. I have just two more. How many jobs are you all saying that you're thinking that this thing that will produce? How many jobs? Because I heard that gentleman say that it was going to bring jobs to Hendersonville, and I'm always interested about that.
Yes, sir, I can take that. Candidly, it's impossible to say with certainty until we know which tenants and what their uses are that'll occupy the space. Yeah. Our goal is multiple hundreds of jobs. Ideally, some of those would be perhaps light manufacturing assembly, all self-contained within the building, nothing smokestacks or anything toxic of that nature. They're higher paying jobs. They bring a lot of investment into the building, into the community, and they typically grow and continue to invest back into the community. So it's hard to say. There will be significant employment generated here, but candidly, without the exact users known, we can't say for certain.
All right. Well, I guess that's really all my questions that I have, Mayor, and I thank you for the opportunity to go in depth. And we've got another, if I have any other further questions in a month, I'll come back and ask you the same thing.
Alderman
Yeah, well, not
Skidmore.
the same thing, but.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor,
Alderman
thank you.
Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Martin.
I don't know how to follow that. Keith Frey, can I ask you a quick question? So my phone's been beeping with questions about the road. The community loves this road as far as it being able to connect to Center Point Road.
Yes, sir.
I love the fact that this road is included and it's going to be built actually the way it was originally going to be built and for our road specs. And then it terminates, it looks like, at the property that Gallatin owns.
Yeah, the Goodlettsville.
Or, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
Goodlettsville?
That's correct.
Okay, so can you talk a little bit about how we would be able to complete that connection to Center Point?
I think once if this development is approved and then they construct their portion of it, then we're retaining the majority of the right-of-way all the way to South Center Point Road. So we already have the majority of that, maybe just a very small piece that we would need. And once that was built, then that may move up on projects as far as what we would be looking at to try to secure funding for, since we would have control of the majority of the right-of-way to actually build it, so we wouldn't have to be, purchasing a lot of property or anything. So, and chances are, very possible that as this develops, what we call the bow tie property that's around the, where you come off the 386 spur, that property we kind of call it looks like a bow tie. But with the extension of this, then it's very highly probable that that property may develop, and we would then have them build a portion of the road as well. So we get a little bit closer to where eventually we get to the point where then the cost to the city to complete that, we would just weigh to see, hey, what is it going to cost to complete that? How much trouble would it be to get it done? And is it of significant value to improve transportation over in that area? So it would get us closer to that point.
All right, so we still need to acquire a piece of property between the Gallatin property and South Center Point, or
Now, there's just there's just a very, we actually have, we don't have a map up there of it right now, but we have 64 feet along the boundary line, the northern boundary line of the Goodlettsville property. And then there's a transition that occurs in a very short piece to then get over to where, what is that with the steel company? What is that called? Century Steel.
Yeah.
So Century Steel, then they have set aside an easement for a future right-of-way that we can obtain once we would construct the road through there. So we already have that to where it would connect to.
Nice.
And then eventually, if we finish that connection, then the thing we'd want to also do is then improve South Center Point Road up to that intersection to Main Street. And then, we got a pretty good connector. So I think looking at all the different things, this is something that's kind of been put on the back burner for years. It's been a project that's been identified. It was funded at one time, years ago. It was actually funded, but it just wasn't done. It kind of kept getting pushed down.
Alderman Martin, any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this project's actually a good project because we had it was privately owned. We needed somebody to purchase it or to develop it and build the road. Once we get past to the Gallatin property, that'll help our Goodlettsville property. They will give us the connectivity for that road.
That's correct.
And the other thing I liked in the planning commission meeting was the uses for industrial versus what it was originally zoned for. Those produce a lot less traffic, right?
Right.
So that was a good thing. And talking to the developers, Mr. Alderman Skidmore has a good point. There's a lot of concern about traffic turning onto the new road.
Yes, sir.
And I suspect that the traffic plan only includes the load for these two, and the queuing and stacking.
That's correct.
So they offered to provide it before we talk about it again. I'd like to see that, just so everybody can look at it and feel good about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alderman Martin, thank you. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to get into a little bit more of the details here. So I have the benefit of having this tablet in front of me. Can we get Google Maps brought up on this with the satellite view down on this property? Is that possible, Jason?
Yeah, Jason's working on it.
Thank you. Great. Can you zoom in on where their road is going to connect with Rockland Road there?
So you see where that sort of driveway is, it looks like two almost abandoned cars right there.
Yeah.
Their road will connect, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, a little bit above that.
That's correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
That's what I'm seeing too. So there's already a left-hand turn lane there into Speedy Cafe or Speedway there.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to build a left turn lane into your property with that left turn lane there, that existing turn lane there?
It'll be a consistent 3-lane section the whole way, all the way through. And so right now you just have a left turn lane into theirs. So the 3-lane section will be all consistent all the way from the stoplight past our driveway, past the Speedway entry, and then it'll taper back down to 2 lanes.
So over here on the past Speedway, it's going to then narrow back down to 2 lanes, but you'll have 3 lanes all the way up to the light at Main Street.
That's correct. Yeah, where the 3-lane kind of stops now at the Speedway, the 3-lane section will continue a little bit further past that, and we should have those drawings kind of in the concept plan package today.
Okay. So one of the things that we've been discussing and have seen a lot of issues with is these multiple inlets and outlets from different properties on both sides of the road, and the discussion that it's ideal to have roads on either side or entrances on either side match up, right? Line
That's correct.
up.
Yes.
This isn't going to do that, right?
Yeah,
Because
that's
there's
correct,
no
and we
other-
acknowledged that early on in our design, and so, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so there's this other road, and I know maybe it would be, maybe you can't do this, I don't know, but there is already this existing, I think it's a dirt road, that's right across from the Speedway. Is it possible to connect there?
We did look at that. Unfortunately, that it doesn't work for our site in the plan that we have here. We just couldn't develop this site, and we couldn't build the road because it just wouldn't work. It would cut right through the middle of the buildings, and it wouldn't work. So we did talk through that with the engineering staff, not to and we needed to shove it over there. Now, if that was a public street over there and not just a Speedway gas station, I think it's a different conversation, different story, at least from our traffic and engineering standpoint. But you're not sending a 400-unit subdivision or something out off the Speedway. Now, there are lots of people that come in and out of Speedway. They got another driveway entry onto Main Street on the other side, I believe, as well. So that was in consideration. We did talk about that with the engineering staff, and 100% agree with you. Anytime we can align driveways and roads is the right thing to do from a traffic perspective. But unfortunately, this one, it really needed to be shoved closer to that property line to the north in order to make it a feasible development. And again, it's more about that being a one driveway for commercial property and not a large traffic generator. And so we felt comfortable about sliding it forward and talk through that with the city engineering staff.
Okay. Well, as long as you're able to give me that right turn lane, I think it's not going to be a problem at this location. So I do like this project. I want to mirror some of the comments that were made. So I appreciate you putting this together. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
Alderman
you.
Sassy, thank you. Any other discussion? We have a motion and proper second. We have no amendments. All those in favor of first reading ordinance 2025-13, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. I'm going to ask for that passes unanimously. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that we now take up item 6. What we changed in the agenda was that we would now take up item 5 and then item 6, but without any, if somebody wants to take a vote, it will take a 2/3 vote, but I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that we now take up item 6. Does anybody have an objection to that? The purpose is we still have several people here for item 6, and I thought we would have been there by now. So any objection? Oh, thank you. And Alderman Robertson brought that to our city attorney's attention. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so we're going to take up item 6, followed by item 5. Item 6 is Resolution 2025-21. This is a resolution to explore the feasibility of a planned development consisting of a hotel and conference center on Stop 30 Road. I need a motion, please. We have a motion from Alderman Goodwin and a second from? Second from Alderman Ward. Any discussion on this? Do we have anybody here that wants to speak on behalf of this? Okay, Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
This is Resolution 2025-21, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I want to thank the citizens for coming and participating at this meeting. It was very enlightening, and I appreciate the time that they took. Some of them are still here, so I appreciate them, their participation. We always make better decisions when the public is involved. Mayor and Board, I have both procedural and substance concerns with Resolution 2025-21 before us tonight. I'd like to first talk about the procedural problems that I see. It seems to me that this proposal is being rushed. The path of Resolution 2025-21 is not following the regular procedural schedule. Similar developments are expected to follow. As it is now proposed, Resolution 2025-21 short circuits established BOMA procedures and somehow intends to tip or influence the Planning Commission of BOMA's views on the project. From my perspective, this approach diminishes the independent role of the Planning Commission in the process and also fails to ensure a project is fully vetted. This cart before the horse strategy, while I understand the developer's desires, is not the way I feel comfortable in moving forward. It leaves too many unknown questions and raises suspicion by the public. This was attempted one other time, and this was at the waste disposal system on Centerpoint Road, where the developer wanted a resolution initially before anything was put in, anything definite put into the plans, and it was defeated, and I voted for the majority in that situation. There are also substance issues that I believe exist in this proposal. In considering zoning changes, I look at several factors in arriving at my decision. Factors such as compatibility with surrounding land uses, public opinion toward the proposal, infrastructure availability, and the greater public interest are just a few of the factors that I consider on zoning changes. From my perspective, with the limited information that I have, this project fails the test on all four factors. From my observation and the citizens' petition of 500 names submitted tonight, public opinion in the affected area is strongly opposed to this project, and as one of their elected officials, I listened to their objections, and it has helped inform my decision. This project also fails the compatibility test, since it is a momentous change from existing residential development and zoning in the area. As far as the greater public interest test, I agree our city may need a convention center to help support and spur business development, but I am sure there is a better location to accommodate this kind of commercial development within the city.
I would also like to talk about precedent. In other parts of the city, BOMA has denied development proposals based on one or more of these tests that I mentioned in the pursuit of smart development. Give you a couple of these. BOMA rejected a large residential development at Beatty Farms on the peninsula and rather purchased the land and created a park on the land. Number two, BOMA also unanimously rejected a project to build a high-rise residential development on Sanders Ferry Road and recreational theme park at Mallard Point. And that was even after the developer agreed to fund up to $1 million in infrastructure improvements. And finally, BOMA expressed its opposition most recently to a proposal to build a hotel and convenience store at Exit 8 in Ward 5. So now we are considering a large project in Ward 6. So in closing, a vote in favor of this resolution tonight moves this project along. For me, there are just too many hurdles to jump, and I have a fear of the unknown for this project. We are being asked to give our initial nod of interest on a project without knowing pertinent facts. Traffic congestion is bad enough today on Stop 30 and Drakes Creek Road for me to vote on a project that is likely to make a bad traffic situation a lot worse. For me, there are just too many unknowns, too radical change for Stop 30. And as my grandmother used to say, never buy a pig in a poke. I cannot support this project and will vote no on this resolution. Maybe one day I will get the opportunity to support a large 400-room hotel and a 500-seat convention center in our city, but not at this location and not today. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. So you asked a couple questions there. I appreciate you reminding me that we did have something similar to this in the past. I could not think of a time when the board was asked by resolution to express their feeling on a change of zoning. I have a hard time with that too. I do feel, and I think everything you said was dead on. It sort of does circumvent the process and gives the planning commission sort of what we expect of them. And I have a hard time with that. I think you're dead on with that. The reason I sponsored this is because I looked at it as an opportunity to get input from the residents, and we've definitely got input. And I think that was the benefit of having a resolution here. But they could still come back. They could come back with an ordinance. And as I mentioned earlier on one of the items that we had, somebody would have to sponsor it. So they could come back with a rezoning, which would be in the form of an ordinance. Somebody here would have to sponsor that, and it'd probably be me, just to keep us out of court, because the State General Assembly says that when you have a handful of situations, including a rezoning request, that the board has to consider it. So they could still come back to us, even if this resolution gets voted down. They could come back to us with a rezoning application and be in the form of an ordinance, and we would have to consider it. If we voted it down, they can't come back for a year or two, Keith, 1 year. They could not come back for 1 year with unless they had made a substantial change in that. So just to give you an idea on the procedure. I'm going to go to Alderman Dixon here in just a second, but I also will, if I see that, if I see a request just to withdraw it, I'm fine doing that as well, because I think the input that the applicant is going to get from this discussion, as well as from the residents, I think that's what they're looking for. And I have a hard time, like you said, circumventing the process like that. So let's have some discussion, and then we'll see what goes from there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would not want to just withdraw this.
Okay.
It's your privilege, of course, as sponsor. I would like a vote tonight. I think the community needs to hear from the board.
Okay, just as long as they understand that that the applicant could still come forward with a rezoning ordinance, and we would have to consider it, just as long as they understand that. So when we have a discussion, we'll come back to that. So Alderman Dixon.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Alderman Roberson, for the voice of reason. I agree with everything you said. I just want to add, because we heard it several times during citizen comments, that, pointing to our board as the one who is the reason we're discussing this tonight. And no one sitting on this board brought this ordinance forward, right? No one. This was brought forward by a group called Forward Sumner, and Chris Taylor, the CEO of that nonprofit group, brought it to General Committee last month. And so it's no one's idea to bring this that's setting up here, no one. And I want to make that very clear. In General Committee, I voted no, because I, along with Alderman Roberson, feel this is not the location for it. I can't see it sitting there. And I feel that there are other locations within Sumner County that this would be a better location than Hendersonville. I would love to see it come to Hendersonville, but I'm not going to cry if it doesn't. So those are the things I wanted to say. It doesn't matter to me if we withdraw it or not, but I will be voting no. Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Collins.
Much like Alderman Roberson, the procedural way we've gone about this has been a problem for me. I have really tried to wrap my mind around and adjust my thinking to accommodate the intent, which is that nobody wants to spend tens of thousands, 100,000 or more going through planning and developing plans and hiring engineers if the answer was always no. And I respect that that's what the goal of this resolution is, but my mind doesn't work that way. I cannot wrap my mind around, here's what's in our packet. There's a map that highlights the area that we're discussing. There's a map from the old Davidson Academy plan which shows the potential of where the road could be. There's our Stop 30 future land use transportation plan, which we already are familiar with that. It's our information. It's our information from our transportation plan about how we intend to, and shortly will be, improving Stop 30 Road, and that's it. So what are we to base our decision on? There's no features that we can look to and say, this is a benefit. There's also no features that we can point to and say, this is detrimental. It's just they're kind of asking for a gut reaction, but I can't do that. I mean, it's just not how my mind works. I mean, do you think a convention center would be good? Oh, yeah, that sounds cool. Do you think it should be on Stop 30 Road? I don't know. Show me how you can make it work on Stop 30 Road. Show me how you can make that work with the traffic and improve the current situation, improve the traffic flow for the people on Stop 30 Road. And I'm open to hearing about that, but hearing it, I want to see it. And withdrawing it, or even I'm not sure procedurally, but deferring it until such a time that we can have some documents to point to, because however I would vote, I need to be able to explain that to my constituents, and I can't point to the Davidson Academy plan as defense for a conference center or against it either, because the people who've shown up here tonight were all against this, but I have heard from people who do not want homes because they do not want the extra kids going to Burris. They do not want the extra traffic for the car rider line. So there's not, from people I've heard from personally, there's not a clear consensus. It's not clear cut to me. There are pros and cons. It's also not clear to me that if we say no to a conference center that we would immediately be getting homes or that that would happen in the near future at all. I don't think that's like gonna break ground in the next year on homes. I don't think there's anybody talking about doing that either. Mr. Rittenback, could you talk to us about what the potential for roads, and I was just gonna say before I ask you this, to talk about this, I don't really want to vote on this tonight, because I don't know what to base my vote on. But I do want to hear about it so that if it comes back, we have proper information. But when it comes back, or if it comes back, I want to also see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Aldermen and Alderwomen. As I believe it was Alderwoman Dixon indicated, this came from Ford Sumner. Months ago, dozens of community leaders met at the county and went through the 3-star discussion, which is a state program to focus in on what business leaders and government officials are really seeing as assets and things that would be desirable to explore further. From that 3-star, there's grant money for exploring some of the things that come out of that. One of the top 3 was exploring a conference center, which right now in Sumner County, there's 2 places that are large enough to hold conferences, Long Hollow and NF, Northfield Church. And those aren't big enough to hold larger conferences. Not a convention center. The scope, the size, completely different. So I've had many people calling, asking about a convention center. That's not what was being discussed. It's a conference center, much different. I mean, completely different than a conference or a convention center. There were 2 locations, one in Gallatin and the potential for Hendersonville, that Ford Sumner was wanting to use that grant money to do just scoping, initial public reaction, interest, and these 2 properties, the 2 property owners, Tennessee Properties and Alex Smith. These 2 properties were interested in the concept of a hotel and conference center. There's no project. It's just a concept. And the whole purpose at this point was to gather community interest. And the resolution really indicates all these problem areas. What we're trying to do is gather the information of if a project was to be developed in the future, what needs to be considered, what do the citizens want to be addressed, and timing too. So that's one of the things. I don't think it's going to be developed anytime soon either. But if a conference center and hotel is something that is feasible in the future at some point, that's a valuable piece of information. It's been an information gathering effort from Ford Sumner and the property owners and the state, as well as myself as economic development coordinator for the city. I'm looking at additional streams of revenue with TOT, transient occupancy tax, hotel motel taxes, retail taxes, just everything that can bring in new revenue streams to the city. This could be a potential asset for the city if done correctly. We talked to the Industrial Development Board. Is this something that could have a TIF, an overlay, which the infrastructure would be paid through for that? So there are many moving parts that if it's a no right now, never, they just want to know. If it's we need X, Y, Z, A through Z looked at, and a timing issue, and the infrastructure needs to be done at both ends before we even consider, that's all the information that they're asking for. So procedurally, that's why we're here. And it's not a project, it's a concept.
Okay. So I will verbally tell you, because that's how we're doing things now, I guess, that for me, I would want to see our public works or planning or combination of the 2 help us establish some metrics for how traffic flow during peak hours is measured there, and how we could guarantee that that would actually be improved by whatever infrastructure was put in place, because, you know, that people are saying, oh, they should bring the road in here and they should bring the road in there. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how they can make it work. It will take a brilliant engineer to make this viable and improve the traffic for people there. And I've had people describe different scenarios to me, but I have to see it to really understand it. And if it can measurably improve the traffic flow over what we have now, if it can improve the entire length of Stop 30, if it can improve the intersection at New Shackle, where Jake's place is, and also, well, I know we're already doing the bridge project this year, but, and we're already widening Stop 30, but a little bit. But if it can improve, if it's, I need to see how that intersection at Stop 30, where it's Drakes Creek and Indian Lake, changes right there. I need to really understand how that can work with the improvements that we're making, or if more are necessary. I don't know, because I'm not a traffic engineer. I would really need to understand that. I would need to have some assurances that the hotel was going to be like no more than 3 stories, high end, not, I love a Marriott, don't get me wrong, but I mean really nice, not just a run-of-the-mill hotel. Probably one I couldn't afford to stay in, to be honest. And then I wrote down something else. Oh, and for the infrastructure changes, whatever those would look like, I would want them to, I would really want to understand the timeline as to if those, what would happen now, what would happen long term, and of course, the farm, I don't want to say the person's name, but the farmland that is not interested in having a road or anything, I would not be interested in disrupting that. Or this is not a situation where I would ever entertain eminent domain to build a road. So those are all things that I would want to see in a plan, and there would probably be more. Because, you know, once you get one question answered, now you have 10 more questions. But those are things that I would need to see in something that came through the planning department for me to be enticed to vote in favor of it. But like I said, I really don't want to vote on it at all, because I really don't know. I don't even know what to base my vote on except for a gut reaction. And that is just not, my constituents deserve for me to analyze information and make intelligent decisions, and not a gut reaction. Thank you.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Evans.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the residents who have showed up tonight, especially those in Ward 6, for getting up and making comments. I know it's difficult to get up and talk in front of people. I'm learning that. I also want to thank everybody for those who showed up at the community meeting. For me, I like having the community meeting where at least you have community's input and to hear their thoughts and everything. I think we need to do more of that. I agree with Alderman Robertson and some of his comments about the cart before the horse and, you know, following procedure and that kind of thing. I'm new to this, so I'm learning the proper processes and everything. But my biggest concern in all of this has been, we all know, we live in that area, we have traffic concerns. And we've all talked about the roads and the fact that the roads are very, very insufficient to the number of people that live in that area and drive on the roads. So I liked the idea of a conference center in Hendersonville somewhere. I'm just not sold that this is the right place for it. At this time, I'm voting no on the project, not out of opposition to its overall goals. I think there's some merit in what Forward Sumner and the folks were wanting to do, and I'd like to see them spend more time on that. But because I believe we have larger priorities, we have other things that we need to be focusing on, namely the roads, and that should be addressed first. I also know that in many cases, a developer can help us with those roads, but I just don't think that this is one of those things that we can put all of our trust, well, I don't want to say trust. We don't need to put all our eggs in that and just hope and pray that that developer is going to come through with that. I encourage the team, Jay, Keith, Forward Sumner, the developers to come together and look at other options and locations worth exploring. I appreciate the efforts and the thought that have gone into this proposal, and I remain hopeful that we will be able to do something and revisit, similar things like this in the future. I just don't think it's right now. I want to, maybe if more time is spent on this, Alderman Collins has mentioned about this is just kind of come to us. There's a lot of facts that we don't know. There's a lot of misinformation. And I think that for us to make an educated decision on this, we need more information. And I'm looking for, in the future, with fresh perspectives and fresh ideas and a broader community input for this. My constituents have expressed their needs and feelings, and I'm here to represent them. I look at, I have to separate what I might want or what I might like from what my constituents say. I represent my constituents. I look forward to continuing collaboration as we evaluate new opportunities and moving forward. But for tonight, I think it's just a no for now. That doesn't mean it's a no forever, but I want to see more details. Thank you.
Alderman Evans, thank you. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of brief comments, but if those guys were here tonight, my only response to you is, you're kidding me, right? Because that is the worst place for our city to have something like this. This is just, I probably would get up and, I don't know, go use the restroom or something, because it's not worth, that's how I really feel about it. It's just not worth, it's really not even worth our time, to be honest with you. And it's not worth your guys' time because you had to come up here and listen to all this. I do appreciate the gentleladies from Ward 4 and 5 that have expressed their comments, because I'm on the same line, and I really appreciate also, as well as my distinguished colleagues from Ward 6, both of them expressing their feelings towards this. But I don't think that there's an alderman up here that's sitting here tonight that would support something like this. Can you imagine, and then I'll close, this is the only thing that I want to say. Can you imagine what 386, if you had a convention center, let's say you had a country music star or a rock and roll guy, Ozzy Osbourne or whatever. I don't listen to that kind of music.
He's not making it.
Yeah. Oh, that's
too soon.
Well, you all know what I didn't. Okay. Anyway, you all know my point. Now my face is red.
We had a answer with Ozzy Osbourne.
Anyway, a music person. Can you imagine what 386 on both sides of the road, how they would be backed up clear to Nashville? And it's already backed up clear to Nashville on coming home and going to work each day. So, and it would be literally years before we're going to get that expanded 386. I know that you've heard a bunch of politicians say, oh, we're going to do this, and well, I'm chairman of Public Works, and I have to kind of chuckle about that, because I can remember how long it took Governor McWhorter to get Vietnam Veterans Parkway done. I was on the board when that happened too. Believe it or not, that's how far I go back. And that happened finally when they were able to agree with Goodlettsville to build 386. So it's going to take, it would take years to do that. But not only that, look at the roads, how you're going to have to widen them. Not only for 2 lane, but it's going to have to be 4 lanes because you've got growth and development, and that center is going to be. And think of what's going to happen to Indian Lake. Think about what's going to happen to the rest of our city on that side of town. Now, it may not bother us over in my ward, but then again, it just might. Because we don't know what the traffic is going to be like. And who wants another hotel in the city of Hendersonville? We've got, how many hotels do we have in here? And are they even filled? No, they're not. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you look at what we see as our taxes that we bill those people are the hotel rooms, they're not filled. They're just not. It's the economy. It's inflation. It's I worry about our community, what our future is going to be, what we've got to deal with, not a convention center or a hotel. So my answer tonight, as it would be into the future, is no. Not only no, but blank no. Because we can't do that here. And I'm being very realistic about it. I know we've got in our district, we have some, which I'm going to ask those guys when they come back. I'm still on those guys. I'm still thinking about them. How many more acres that we've got left over there in on that side of town that. Because, see, Hendersonville doesn't, and I know you guys know this, and I'm going to close for this because I know the mayor wants to move on, and we do, because we do have a lot on the agenda.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I know he knows this too, and I think this is why he and I are diametrically opposed to a lot of redevelopment in our community, because we don't have that much land that's left. If you go now, in fact, I encourage you on a Sunday drive, because I do this all the time, not on a Sunday, but Monday through Friday, and sometimes on Saturday, depending on football games on or not. But here's the thing. Drive through the city of Hendersonville and look what's happening to our city, and it just kills me, because there's nothing I can do about it as an alderman. I mean, for right now, there's not. Maybe there's something that we can work on and come up with, but these empty lots, they're starting to build on them. They're building houses on some of these lots that, quite frankly, that I know of that were water filled up in these areas. There was water, and they're building on these things. And, you go right ahead and build on it. I'm not going to buy that house. Or how about the ones here off Old Shackle? When you're leaving, like you're going to the hospital, and you see all these houses that are right there on the left-hand side right there. I mean, my God, can you imagine living there? Or what about the ones I was just talking about, next to the Waffle House? They hadn't even sold one of those because they can't get in there. It's just crazy, but it's stuff like this. Or how about on Chivell Drive? Do you see that where they're doing that development? Drive off down there and look. They were working on it today, because I went by and looked at it and watched it and see, if there was something that I noticed they weren't doing right. But it's like that. We had the same thing in our ward down off of Donna Drive, where they came in and build those houses because it was an empty lot, and they were able to do it. So that's what I'm seeing, and that's that I'm fearful of for our city and for our people. So I just want to let you all know where I stand, and if it comes back up, feel free to call me or email me or whatever you guys want to do. Do that, because I get calls all the time. But I'm just telling you right now where I stand on this, and absolutely no. And I thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Garza.
Yes. First off, I'm against this project. But I want to say something to the people who live around Stop 30. When motivated sellers sell their property, people look to develop on it, whether it's houses or other businesses. And I read a lot of the comments that were on the petition, and I kept hearing stuff like, don't do anything, we like it the way it is. And unfortunately, that's probably not the reality of the future. Unless somebody can buy it and say, I'm not going to develop it. That's another option. But so my point to you is this. I don't think this could be the last time we're going to see you in this room fighting a battle, which needs to be fought. That's your jobs as homeowners. But, and as someone said something earlier, and I've dealt with this recently in another project, if a developer came in and maybe fix the roads or widen the roads, that's going to require one thing that most people don't like to hear, and it's called eminent domain. They're going to do it like they did on like an old shack alive when he went into these people's front yard and tore it up as they're building the the 5-way to a 4-way. So there's some real issues with all that, and I agree with you. It's tough. I live in an old neighborhood, and the traffic's gotten worse and worse and worse. But I just want to say to you, in a positive way, not see too dire and dark here, is you have some issues coming up on you here, and especially when these sellers are motivated. So get ready. We're ready, but you need to get ready too. It's going to be a battle. That's all I had, Mayor.
Alderman Garza, thank you. Alderman Collins.
I have one more question for Jay. I meant to ask while you were there, and I got distracted. Frankly, I was thinking about how jealous I was that Alderman Roberson's mother gave him advice on how to buy a pig, because my mother never did that for me.
My grandmother.
Oh, your grandmother.
Grandmother.
I don't know anything about buying a pig. Maybe it would help me be a better alderman. I don't know. But I meant to ask you to tell me the difference between a convention center and a conference center, because I'm aware, I think, I'm pretty well aware of the distinction in size and usage, but we're using the terms interchangeably. And it sounds like due to the results of the 3-star study that we're somewhere in our county, we're getting a conference center. So let's understand what that is and what it isn't.
Thank you, Alderman. Convention center, size and scale at the Ozzy Osbourne concert. Large, often spanning hundreds of thousands of square feet, massive events, trade shows, exhibitions, conventions, thousands of attendees. You go to a conference center, those are smaller, more intimate, ranging from a few thousand square feet to tens of thousands of square feet, focus on gatherings such as weddings, professional conferences for business development, corporate retreats, academic conferences, training sessions, breakout groups. So much smaller in scale. The amenities are also basically looking at like a Las Vegas convention center as opposed to a smaller venue that somebody might be interested. The Airlie Conference Center down in Virginia. So they're just, it's a smaller scope. You're not going to have the kind of traffic. They're more professional. And one of the things that when we bid on certain events in the city, we need to have conference center space, and our Parks Department has to not apply for certain types of events to be held here because we don't have adequate space to host that. So, again, thank you for the question. It's I mentioned it before. The convention center was never part of the discussion. I agree. It's a nightmare. But the conference center serves a much more Hendersonville scale purpose. So if a project were ever to be developed, regardless if this is tabled or just withdrawn, I think the feedback, rather than voting no and then them never coming back with anything, just the feedback, if it was withdrawn, you've given them and even the public, this, again, it's all been valuable information. And this has really been a thought study. In order to get before you, the resolution was the pathway. Not that it needs to be voted upon, it's just that was the mechanism to open up the discussion to get those data or that information.
Thank you, Jay. Alderman Collins.
That's everything. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Ward.
So to clarify, if we withdraw it, they can bring it back anytime.
No, they'd have to get a sponsor.
They would have to have a sponsor. If we vote no, they have to wait a year.
No, I explained that poorly before. If we vote no, they could still, either way, they could still come forward with an ordinance. And if it's an ordinance to change the zoning, one of us would have to sponsor it. By law. Which typically I look at Alderman Martin because he's on the planning commission, and when he says no, then I put my name on it. So the alternative, if we don't sponsor it, then the judge gets to decide.
So the judge would get to decide, but if we vote no.
If you vote no, they could still come back with an ordinance, but
they have to wait 1 year.
No, this is a resolution.
Okay.
So that's the difference, since this is a resolution, an ordinance on the other half. On the other hand, if they brought an ordinance to us and we voted it down, they have to wait a year before they come back. But right now, we're just dealing with a resolution. However, Alderman Evans, I'm going to put you on the spot here. He made a comment in one of the committee meetings about putting a threshold for coming back deferring this resolution with a threshold for a reason to come back. Well, it was it was come back with, I think, transportation information, traffic information, but until then, don't come back on the resolution. And Alderman, okay. I'm sorry.
Is that for it to come, regardless of what we do with this resolution, they have the right to go through the planning department and bring this to us. I think that's the part where Alderman Ward is not, maybe you didn't explain it properly.
I think you just explained it better. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go back to Alderman
So
Ward.
they can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that does answer my question.
Okay. She did a much better job, evidently. Okay. I'm sorry, Alderman Evans. So if we were to defer this, if the board takes a vote on it, I would encourage us to put some thresholds that they can't come back unless. Usually when we defer something, we say for 30 days or 60 days. In this situation, I would say until they do A, B, and C. Or we can vote it down, or I can just withdraw it. I think the will of the board is, we've given them our input, and doesn't look like and we've been very clear that this isn't it, that what they're offering here is not it. So I'm seeing two of you, one saying withdraw, one saying no. So, Alderman Sassy.
Yeah, I would like to vote on it.
Okay.
I would too.
Okay.
I want to vote.
Okay, so we have no other, any other discussion on it?
Okay.
Okay. Jason, you ready for us? Okay.
No.
Yes, yes, so vote no is against this resolution.
Yes.
And I think
At the present time.
sends them a sign. They can come back regardless with an
Yes.
ordinance. But I think that we're giving them input on what we would expect and how we would vote on the ordinance for rezoning. Did I make that worse?
I know that I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Alderman Robertson.
I know that Alderman Collins gave some conditions, but I didn't hear anybody else. I mean, I think what I'd like to do is nip it in the bud.
Okay.
And be done with it.
So the problem with adding conditions, if we add conditions and then vote it down, the conditions didn't really apply.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not opposed to this at another location. We've got other locations in this city. But as Alderman Skidmore so eloquently stated, you know, I'm a hard no on this right now, and I'll be a hard no tomorrow. Because it's a bad situation, and so I'd like to vote on it and be done with it.
Okay.
Here.
Alderman Collins, anything else?
No. My microphone's on for no reason.
Okay. There we go. Okay, Jason, can you bring this up for us? So all those in favor of Resolution 2025-21, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red. Who we missed? There we go. Oh, Janet's not here. So that fails 0 to 12. Thank you, Jason. And that's a resolution, so it does not go for, that's done of it. So, yeah. So, now we go to item number 5. This is Resolution 2025-20, a resolution amending the personnel rules and regulations of the City of Hendersonville relative to employees carryover of accumulated vacation leave. Alderman Evans.
Yeah, motion to.
Oh, thank you for.
I second.
Alderman Evans makes a motion. Alderman Robertson seconds it.
Sorry, thank you.
Do you want to speak on this?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Alderman Robertson and I, we wrote this resolution along with some of staff, and I think I've spent a lot of time thinking through this, and there's a couple of things. So generally, I'm good with this resolution moving forward. However, there are a few people who are detrimentally affected by changes in this policy over the years. Currently, employees lose any balance of hours beyond the allowable amount, and they lose it to the sick bank. So if an employee over time, they have a certain amount that they can carry over per policy. Anything that's over that, they lose it to the sick bank, and we're hoping to address that with this. However, I asked the HR director today to provide me a list of the people who have lost hours or will lose hours to the sick bank because of this. There are 6 employees. One such employee has been allowed to carry over days beyond the allowable amount for many years through no fault of anyone. And this issue has never been resolved, and this one employee has 349 hours of unused over allowed hours that they stand to lose and not get paid, according to the current policy based on this. As I stated, this one employee has 349 hours. There's another 5 employees that have a total of 65 hours that have already, those hours have been pulled and they've been going to the sick bank. So to be fair to these and to not get any issues, I would like to amend this resolution that says the city of Hendersonville will pay these 6 employees for these unused vacation hours, which are over the allowed amount to carry over at 12/31/25, or whenever they leave employment, whichever one comes first. These amounts are permanent and cannot be added to or taken away until paid. The hours moved to the sick bank will be corrected and not be counted as part of the sick bank hours. Again, that's 65 hours. Then as of 1/1/2026, the new policy, the resolution that we're presenting will go into effect, and any amount of unused vacation over the allowed will be treated as per the new policy. That being said, what I'm looking for is that we have these 6 employees that 5 of them, most of our employees have used their hours. They take their hours within the allotted time. 5 of these employees lost some hours to the sick bank. Again, not very many, but we do have one employee that goes back, and it's a 39-year employee that through no fault of that person or anyone else that's been accumulating for years. Most of these hours come back or go back to 2016, 17, and 18. 2/3 of their hours are in those years, and it's never been resolved. And I don't want to see us put a resolution forward and vote on it and detrimentally affect these employees. I'd like for that to be included in this resolution so that we can pay them and then we can start fresh in January 2026.
So, okay, Alderman Evans, hold on one second. I'm going to have to ask you to restate that in a second. And Tamara, I'm going to need you, probably Jason as well. We don't know that we can do this in a resolution because it would be appropriating money. Lance? Or should we have Tamara?
Man,
So Alderman Evans, your amendment was to commit to payment for vacation hours as they exist. I mean, it's.
Hold on, go ahead.
Sorry. As of the hours that were not used as of 12/31/24, knowing that some people carried over hours and then used them up in the first quarter per policy. So these are the hours that were not used as of basically March 31, 2025.
So this is a resolution to amend the personnel rules and regulations. I just don't know that we can make payment or money appropriations or commitments through a resolution like this, but I'm open to suggestions.
Tamara, have we ever appropriated money by resolution?
I mean, you can't appropriate money by resolution. The question is this appropriating money or not?
Yeah, in order to amend the budget, you have to do it via ordinance.
In order to commit money, is that the same thing as, okay.
Yes.
So I've got to call this out of order. So hold on. Alderman Evans, if you want to think about, so I need to go to Alderman Robertson next, but you might have more to say on this.
I think what I'll say here is, I think I've shared my intent and what I'd like to do.
Okay.
How we navigate the legality of it, then we can discuss that.
We can leave that up to that guy right there.
Okay.
Okay. Alderman Evans, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
I brought this forward, and I think Alderman Evans was working at the same time coincidentally on this, because it came to my attention from an employee that employees on vacation time, there is a maximum number of hours that they can carry over to the next year. And that number that is carried over into the next year, they have to go, we're talking about vacation time, they have to go to the sick bank pool. So they lose those hours. They lose those hours. I thought that was unfair, that they would lose them. When I was a state employee, and I didn't use my vacation time, very rarely, all of it as an employee, it would roll over to my sick leave, which counted toward retirement. And I thought that that was a good alternative, that an employee, when they can't use all of their vacation time, that they can roll those over to vacation that would help them on their retirement. I didn't dream that it would come up that we wanted to pay these employees. Do we know how much that this would be? There are 6 employees. Do you know, Tamara? Do you have any figures on how much that this would cost the city?
So by the way, Alderman Robertson, I just asked Lance if he could prepare an ordinance to do that, but you're answering a question that we would have to answer. The answer that you get in this question would be what we plug into the ordinance. So, Tamara?
I don't know, but it would be substantial.
A substantial.
One of the employees has, hundreds of hours of time. It would be a substantial
So we're talking
increase.
And
50,000?
I'm sorry?
$50,000?
No, I would guess it would be substantially more than that.
More than that.
Without looking at the exact hours and calculating out, and then you have, your TCRS, your FICA, all of those costs on top of that get paid out as well. It would be substantial.
So we'll figure that out and put it in an ordinance and get back to Alderman Evans. Go ahead, Alderman Robertson.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I didn't see this coming. I thought we had an agreement in the words of the resolution that this is a benefit to employees, that they're not going to lose vacation time, but it will roll over to their sick leave that they can use for retirement. I don't know if I can support a big number in the budget when, we're pretty close to on our budget now. This would be a huge expenditure. It's the reason I wanted to wait and implement it until the end of the year is to allow those employees some flexibility to either use it or to, to use it or it roll over to retirement. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have ever even brought this up. I sure don't want it to be a burden to the city. I mean, do we do this before? Have we done this before, paid vacation time like this to employees? Jason? I mean, if there's a precedent, then I want to know about it.
The only precedent that goes with vacation is if an employee leaves, we're required by law to cash out that vacation.
Right.
As far as cashing out vacation otherwise, no, there's no precedent I'm aware of where we've done that. Now, I say that with a caveat, I've only been here about three and a half years, so there may have been something that predated my time, but I'm unaware.
But former employees, you're not aware of it with former employees?
Not that
that
I'm
was
aware of.
granted any kind of special dispensation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, that's all I guess, do we want to withdraw it? I still think it's a benefit to employees.
Absolutely.
Jason, in your mind, is this resolution a benefit for employees?
Well, absolutely. In my mind, this is a benefit to employees. Coming from the private sector where it was strictly a use it or lose it, to know that it would be credited towards your retirement account, I think that is a huge benefit. The city still then has a financial ownership to it because when someone goes and uses that retirement, that counts towards their service credit.
Yeah. Okay. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Collins.
So I guess we're not saying the name of the 39-year employee, but we all know. And Jesse and I had a conversation a few weeks ago, so I'm going to look to you to nod if I am misremembering these numbers. But my understanding is if this 39-year employee were to retire today, the cash payment between vacation and sick time would be between $200,000 and $250,000. Vaguely.
It's significant. It's well over 100. It may be 200 between vacation and sick time. I didn't run those numbers, and I think there has been a time in the past upon when an employee, separated employment, that there was vacation in excess of the policy that was cashed out. But I think that's only when the employee has left employment with the city.
So if they retire. So I guess you didn't run the numbers. I guess we both talked about them in vague terms and not very specific terms. But my recollection of that conversation is that you had said it would be between $220,000 and $240,000, and that you were doing the math in your head. And then we talked about if this policy were in place and it was January 1st, how would that change the 39-year employees' payout? And you said $20,000 to $30,000 difference. And my concern at that point is an unintended, because I know it was not an intended impact, to encourage that employee to retire. Because that's a lot of money to a family. So if I had the years of service in, and I was already, if you've got 39 years of service in, your pension payment if you retire is so high that you're already working for, pennies on the dollar at that point. The spread between what you can make retired and what you make working. And there was a $30,000 swing. I'd take a really nice trip and celebrate my retirement. To me, no thought necessary. So I wondered if that was an unintended impact here. And I think that what Alderman Evans is speaking about is mitigating that a potential wrongdoing. And if we could establish the policy to address that, and then allocate the money through a budget amendment, I think that makes sense to me. Is that a possibility, Lance?
Yeah, we can prepare that ordinance.
No, I mean, if we can amend this resolution so it only changes the way the policy is written, but it doesn't require an immediate payout. If the payout still happened to, whenever they happen to no longer be employed here.
So if we're obligating ourselves to spend money, it's still an appropriation. Whether
Are we
it's now-
currently obligated to spend more money than what? Aren't we currently obligated to spend that money if the person retires, and that's not in our budget at all?
What was your?
I'm not arguing that it shouldn't be an ordinance, but I'm just pointing out that this isn't more money than we're currently on the hook for. It's just not in the budget. But if that person were to retire, we'd have to come up with this money.
But it's probably not in the budget, is it,
No.
Tamara?
No, we have money budgeted for vacation buyout for the folks that we knew were retiring or we suspected, but it's not built in for this employee. So it would require a budget amendment to make sure that there was enough money there to cover.
Go ahead, Alderman Collins.
What was your specific amendment?
I don't know.
That, your question about amending it
Can we
how?
change this resolution somehow, the verbiage, so that it just changes our policy, or, and then we follow up with a budget amendment ordinance? An ordinance to amend the budget?
You can make an effective date later. Or you could make some kind of grandfather provision, but we've,
Can we list that those specific people are grandfathered into the current policy?
that's kind of what concerns me just a little bit. Based on the grandfathering that has been done in the past to specific people or individuals, that what I've noticed in the past and what we've had a lot of issues about is that grandfathering only applying to particular people or individuals. And then there was some concern or really confusion as to who ultimately applied to. There were lists and things like that, unless we want to specifically name those people. But if you made it general, I mean, then I would be concerned about who that would apply to. We've got people,
Can we use
I'm sure.
employee ID numbers or something of that nature? I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. Eckenroth might have an answer for the use of employee ID numbers.
Well, the resolution says it would take effect at the end of the year. So it won't take effect tomorrow, so there's an effective date in it. And as to the question of the intent of the policy, as far as encouraging retirement, that's outside of my purview. I think that's better directed to the sponsors. That's not, I don't know that was any intention. It was,
No.
I don't know if it would.
No, I know it's not the intent. It potentially is an unintentional result. We've used the term big number. It's a big number. It's a big number for the city. We'd have to allocate it for the ordinance. If it's a big number for the city, then it's a heck of a big number for a family.
Yeah, I think total, we were just looking real quick at the numbers. I think it would be probably south of $50,000 for those 5 or 6 employees. So it's their hourly rate, TCRS, it's the FICA taxes, all those things that go along with someone's salary. It wouldn't impact health and benefits because those wouldn't change, but everything that's tied to a salary would change.
So I think,
May I say one more thing, Alderman
Yes.
Collins? Actually, or if I'm reading the right one, it says the resolution shall take effect upon its adoption.
No.
No?
No, it's December.
1st.
Okay.
So
Well-
that's why I'm afraid that it might encourage somebody between now and December 1st to retire. Because if they retire before this goes into effect,
Oh, I see.
they get more money than if they retire after it goes into effect. And I know that was not intentionally, but I think it could be an unintentional impact. And so I would like to see it pulled by the sponsors and brought back to us as an ordinance that allocates money as Alderman Evans has described.
That would be a clean way to do it.
So,
Thank you.
let me comment on that, Alderman Collins, is that per our rules, we couldn't bring this up until the mid-year budget amendment to appropriate money. And as Jason said, this is a benefit to our employees. And a few minutes ago, we had an item where the sponsor, which was me, wanted to withdraw it. I don't want to do that. I want to vote on this because this is a benefit to employee. I think we should do both, is we should pass this and have an ordinance to come before us at the earliest possible time. Because this is definitely a benefit. Thank you, Alderman Collins. I had something else to say, but Alderman Evans, you've already spoken once. Do you mind if I go to Alderman Goodwin? I sort of cut you. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Alderman Goodwin.
I just have a quick question. Why do we have employees that can't take vacation? Is there a reason that we have 6 employees that can't use vacation days?
I don't think so. I don't know all the situations. So my policy has been that if you come to me before the end of January, when you're supposed to use your vacation time, and ask me to sign a waiver, which the board has given me that authority to do, I will always sign that waiver. If you come to me at the end of March, you've got to have a really good reason that you haven't used it. I've told all employees, if you come to me, if you want a waiver from January to March, I will absolutely sign it, and I've signed it every time. But I don't know the specifics of these situations. Thank you, Alderman Goodwin. Alderman Evans.
Thank you. Just some clarification points on this. It's been pointed out that Alderman Robertson has been surprised by this, and yes, he is. But I think if you'll go back to some conversations, there were some conversations we had, and we had included others, where the spirit of what I was trying to do here was trying to make sure that we weren't affecting any employee adversely, and I wanted to make sure that we were making them whole. So that was my reason for this. Yes, this is a good resolution, and I'm happy to do this going forward. I just don't think that we should do this and cause, as Alderman Collins said, cause someone undue harm by making them to make a decision for their family whether they're going to continue employment, whether they're going to do an early retirement just for the difference of $30,000 or $40,000. For those on staff, I've already run the numbers too, and I know what the numbers are, and you're close to what I came up with. Substantial to me when we're talking about a $63 million budget or whatever it is, $50,000. Yeah, we got to find that somewhere, but I want to ask the question is, it sounds to me like we accrue or we set aside dollars for those people that we think are going to retire. But I've been in business before where if you have carryover hours for vacation or for sick, you should be accruing that or have that as a liability on your books. So I question why we haven't done that, if that's the case. you know, the intent and what I wanted to do here and why I included the other 5 employees, I didn't want to just single out trying to fix this for one employee when you had a few others that lost it to the sick bank. I didn't want to just pick one person when there were a few other people that were affected. Yes, maybe they're small hours and small dollars, but I didn't want to just pick out one person. That's why I did that. And however we do this, again, I am fine with the resolution going forward, but I think we do have an obligation to correct this for whatever reason. I said this before. The other employees lost their hours to the sick bank. This one employee has not lost their hours to the sick bank. They have been allowed to carry that over, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. They've been allowed to carry these overs, and again, most of these hours come from 2016 to 2018, which is almost 10 years ago, and we've allowed that to happen. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not our fault. It's just been allowed to happen, and we can't get to a point at the end of the year where they don't have the ability to take 350 hours of vacation between now and then, and they lose that. And losing that to just going over to years of service, while on paper that might sound good, but 350 hours of pay versus going to my years of service is not the same thing.
Alderman Evans, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
So, what an employee can carry over, Jason, how many hours? It depends on how long they've been here.
It does,
So this one employee, this 39-year employee, how many hours of vacation can they carry over each year?
So an employee who's been here that length of time will earn 168 hours. They can carry over 1 year's worth of balance.
168. So what we're talking about is the difference in 168 and what they would lose. Is that right? Is that 300 something hours?
No, I think it's 300 something hours in excess of that 168.
In excess of that. And are we following our rules and regulations, procedural rules and regulations on allowing employees to just continue to hold those hours over? I mean, when I was a state employee, there was no question about it. If at the end of the year, it went to sick leave. I wasn't able to cash it out, or I didn't have that right. So what do our regulations call for right now? Are we following our regulations now?
We're following it except for this one exception.
Okay. And I guess, Mayor, you have allowed that to happen. I guess in deference to the employee to try to give them time to use those hours.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Collins.
I think we're all trying to figure out how to explain why the exception is there without telling who the employee is.
I can provide some information on that tomorrow by email if you want me to.
That would be wonderful, because I don't think we, I wonder if it would be acceptable to that employee to speak
It's all public.
more frankly.
It's all public record. I can't withhold it anyway. I think we should ask some specific questions.
Okay. The reason I'm aware of this situation is because when Chief Bush filed a grievance, the vacation pay carryover was discussed. And the reason that the exception was made is because when he became chief, there was no assistant chief for a long time. He could not take vacation. It would have been professionally derelict for him to take vacation at a time when there was not an assistant chief. So he accumulated a lot of vacation. And I understand that he's tried to work it down, and some years he makes a little progress, and some years he goes in the wrong direction and accumulates a little bit more. And this past year, in one of our committee meetings, Chief Bush did comment that because a lot of his guys who work on the suppression floor or in other parts of the fire department have not been able to schedule and take their vacation time, felt it would not be appropriate for leadership to take, well, he's taking vacation, but not trying to spend down 380 hours plus 168 hours. So this year has also been one of those years where he hasn't felt it was appropriate professionally for him to chip away at this time. And I don't know about the years between 2018 and this year, I can't speak to. But there's an exception. It's for good reason. And we need, I think we're probably okay. But we need to, he earned this time. And we already have, we just don't have, we do not want to do anything that even hints at that we are targeting a specific employee. I know it's not the intent, but it doesn't look good. And so I don't want, I'm not going to be able to support this and then wait for a mid-year budget adjustment. We can either do it now or we can just not.
Thank you, Alderman Collins. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think it was very disrespectful to call out the person that this was in regards to. I think we were all taking strides to keep that confidential, and it was just disrespectfully announced and called out, and I'm just shocked that that happened. Secondarily, that's not why I pushed my button. I think this board, we're having all this talk about a single individual, but we need to be considering all the employees here. What's best for all the employees? If we have a one-off situation with a single individual in our staff, so be it. What's best for all the employees? So that's really what we need to be considering. So with that, Mayor, could you please clarify what the amendment offer is for us all to review before we vote on it?
The amendment was declared out of order because we can't appropriate money in a
So there is no amendment?
So there is no amendment. So really
So
we're talking
we-
about the main motion.
So we're on the main motion, and I ask that we vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, nobody else is wishing to speak. Jason, you ready for us? So, Jason Gallo, one more thing, please. Yeah, go ahead, Alderman Goodwin.
So I'm pretty confused at the moment. If we vote for this, is that employee not gonna get their money?
It won't have an effect. What's gonna have an effect on, well, Jason, do you wanna explain it? Okay.
So if you vote on this, then what you're telling us is that at the end of the calendar year, when employees have excess vacation, that will, instead of deferring to a sick bank, they'll apply like they normally would to have it rolled over for a 3-month grace period. But if they can't use it, it'll roll into their sick leave for TCRS credit. That's what I understand you're voting on.
So right now.
So how are we gonna take care of the 6 employees?
we would have to do that if it's with Alderman Evans' question, we'd have to do that with an ordinance later on.
So if we vote for this, that's not gonna affect that, we would have to come back with an ordinance.
Right.
That is correct.
Right.
As long as you got the ordinance in before the end of the year, yeah.
Because that's not when we do mid-year.
So Alderman Collins, I heard what you said. I think, so Lance, help me out. With respect to budget ordinances, Tamara, you might have to help me out. There are reasons.
There's
Alderman Sassy,
there's
yeah.
extenuating circumstances.
There we go, thank you. That's what I was looking for. You helped decide when we could have a budget amendment. And extenuating, that was the word I was looking for, thank you. Okay. Alderman Goodwin.
So if we do this now, we'll be helping all the employees, but we can do an ordinance to take care of the 6 employees before the end of the year. Okay.
Again, somebody else explained things better than I did tonight.
I just want to make sure.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you, Alderman Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor, appreciate it. What I'd like to ask specifically is when do we believe we'd be able to get an ordinance? Is it just at mid-year? Is that the only time?
No, in extenuating circumstances.
I
we can
heard
have-
those terms. I just want to make sure we had that. What are we looking at as far as what constitutes an extenuating circumstance?
That's up to us, it's up to the 13 here. Lance I've always told our city attorneys that when somebody asks for an ordinance or resolution and draw it up, that they need to draw that up. So as long as it takes them to do that, I wouldn't think it would take more than a couple days. We can get it to committee whenever whenever the sponsors want it to get to committee.
Well, I'd like to ask the sponsors, if it's okay, if we could ask the sponsors one more time.
But we don't have sponsors on it yet. Would you like to be the sponsor of the ordinance? You can.
I'm sorry, this resolution.
Okay.
I would like to ask the sponsor of this resolution, does that sound appropriate and accomplish their goals? May we suspend the rules just for a moment?
We're running close on time.
I think so.
So,
Head nod says yes?
I think so.
Okay.
okay, I appreciate that. Alderman Bergdorf, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Alderman Collins.
Then that an ordinance that allocates funds could not also establish these changes to the policy? Can they not be done as one ordinance?
Yeah, I mean, usually the personnel rules and regulations are amended by resolution. I don't know that there's a requirement that it has to be done.
But
by
it could be done in conjunction with an ordinance that amends the budget, and then we don't have to worry about if we have the votes to even consider it outside of mid-year, because it's just one ordinance.
Well, the ordinance would still need to amend the budget.
Yes.
If it's appropriating money. But there's reasons that you can, for extenuating circumstances, to bring up a budget amendment before the mid-year budget.
Yeah, but we have to vote to consider it extenuating, is what Mayor Clary was, that's how I understood
I mean, it can be brought before the board and in the board's vote. There can be a finding, or just by virtue of the vote, it is a finding of extenuating circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, you ready for us? So, Jason Gallo, sorry. In answer to Alderman Goodwin's question, this resolution benefits all our city employees, in your opinion, is that correct?
Right, all full-time employees who have sick leave, this definitely benefits them.
Okay, that's why I'm voting for it. Okay, Jason, you ready for us? So all those in favor of Resolution 2025-20, please press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. That passes 12-0. Thank you all. Now we're on to item 2. Resolution 2025-17. This is a resolution directing staff to explore the relocation of the United States Post Office currently located 105 Imperial Boulevard, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Alderman Bergdorf, would you like to make a motion? Perfect. Alderman Skidmore, would you like to make a second? Second. Perfect. Okay, so I appreciate that. I sent y'all out my proposed amendment. I sent it by email, I think yesterday. I think the sponsors had a couple days before to look at it. This is another copy of it. Oops, sorry, thank you. Did I short y'all one or two? So, in a nutshell, what this does is it opens up the possibility that instead of moving the current post office, we would encourage them to create a satellite, a second post office, as well as asking the U.S. Postal Service to bring in those folks in 37066, but are inside the Hendersonville city limits, into 37075. There's a couple other minor changes in there as well. Y'all probably don't want to hear from me I think it was every 2 months or 3 months that nothing's moved. So I will continue to report to the board when I hear back from them. And I also continue to work with Congressman Rose's office and Senator Blackburn's office to try to move this along. Hopefully you all had the opportunity to look at that earlier. I don't see anybody's light lit up. So Alderman Bergdorf.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort in this and the spirit of the presentation and the amendments that you've offered. However, I'm concerned that when we present something to the feds, we make it more complicated than it needs to be. So as a member of this body, I fully understand and share the concern many have about increasing strain on Hendersonville's postal services. Our community continues to grow, and with that growth comes the need for expanded infrastructure, including a new post office. However, I must express my reservations about the amendment to recommend specific locations for that facility. Alderman Skidmore and I had initially submitted the resolution to be vague so that we would not try to influence or direct the post office to make decisions on specific sites, thus likely gumming up the works. What we really need is a post office. We need the post office to make the decisions of where they feel like the post office needs to be. We know the current location is not working out, so rather than advocate or put our thumb on the scale, I feel like it's best that we just let the post office do it. When we as a local government offer on-site suggestions, no matter how well-intentioned, we run the risk of inadvertently complicating or prolonging that process. Any location we propose must then be evaluated, studied, and potentially ruled out, each step adding time and cost to an already complex federal undertaking. It can turn a focused federal effort into a local debate, which may delay the very process we're seeking. Instead, I believe the fiscal responsibility approach is to advocate clearly for a community's need, then trust the professionals at the post office to do what they do best, not necessarily deliver mail, okay? But we should avoid burdening them with additional layers of municipal preference that could increase the cost of the project or steer it in a less optimal direction. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward. I'm not so sure about some of the amendments in here that offer sites. That's the only complaint I've got about this.
So
What say you, Mayor?
So I'll make a motion that we approve the amendment. Do I have a second? Second from Alderman Dixon. Alderman Bergdorf, help me out. You don't think that we should propose sites for the post office?
Yes, sir, please, sir.
I'm sorry, do you agree?
That
with
is correct.
Okay, in the ordinance that you proposed, you have in there that the city should identify potential alternative locations within the city limits.
And I'm open to changing that. I really feel like at this point, after discussing it, after looking at it, I think we just need to let the post office make the decisions where they need a new post office or a satellite location without our intervention.
So would the sponsors like to withdraw that and try to come back with an amendment from you that does that? Because I'm hearing two different things.
Well, where's the original one? Let me see it again. It's under 2.
We're also, I need to make you all aware of this, we're sort of running into a time situation here pretty soon.
Process Explorer. You know, there was not going to be a perfect ordinance here because we're going to run into everything that there's always going to be a complaint. Come back. Does anybody else have anything I want to say?
Alderman Skidmore.
You know, my only thing is to the Board of Aldermen, I don't mind any of the amendments that the mayor wants to make. it's, to me, it's real simple, guys, and you all know this. You either want a new post office, or you think the city deserves the post office, because we have not had a post office since Jimmy Carter was in office. And we are now, I think, what, the 10th or the 11th largest city in the state. So it's like this. If you want a new one, so you support, you can support the amendments is fine. I don't have a problem with it. We just need a new post office. You know, you heard me earlier, and I'll close. You know, I'm not going to sit up here like I was, or, you know, talk 10 minutes, but like I did the last couple of times that we were doing this. But the post office needs a new place. They really do. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I get my mail and sometimes I don't. And I'm not criticizing the postwoman, but there's something that's not right. And if you've ever been in the back of that place, I mean, they're working out of it's just obscene in a way, that what they have to work out of. There's mail sometimes on the floor, not in a where they're just throwing it like this. It's just because they don't have any other place to put it, and crates and things like that. And I would much rather have one like Goodlettsville has, a new place. And I'm sure the people that work in that post office would like that too, instead of working out of a, what is it they call them? In school we had them, you know, the,
Desk?
no, what is that called? And I'm serious about this. You know, when we had, not apartments, but,
Cubicles?
well, not the cubicles, but it's those little, the portables, yeah. And that's what they're working out of. Go by there and look in the back behind. And it's embarrassing that people come to the post office and the line is sometimes outside the double doors that you go in. And then sometimes you're in there and you're in there for 30 minutes trying to get out of there. So I don't really, as far as being a sponsor of this, I don't care what is put in there. You either vote to say, yes, Mark, I agree with you. I would like these amendments in there. That's fine. I'm for a new post office. If we can get a satellite post office on the other side of town to help relieve some of the problems that the postmen have, I don't care. That's fine. My bottom line is I want my mail on time. You know, I mean, seriously, I don't want to wait. Like, I guarantee you, I go tonight, there won't be any mail in my mailbox, but there will be tomorrow. But tonight, when I go back home, I guarantee there won't be any. Because that's what happens sometimes. Sometimes they skip that road, Neptune Drive. Sometimes they skip Riviera Drive. Sometimes they skip Harbor, you know, and it's just one of those things. And I think that if we were to get a new post office, I think, and it's going to be years from now anyway, people. I mean, honestly, really realistically think about it. Do you really think the federal government's going to come in here tomorrow and say, we're going to get you a new post office? No, that's not going to happen with the United States, the federal government. It's just not going to happen because you think we're slow? Look at Congress. You know, look at the postman, you know. So I just don't have a problem. You know, it's almost to the point I'm tired of dealing with this. Because we've amended it to death. We've had it on the agenda several times. So if you want to vote for it, you do. If you don't, I'm on to something else. You know, I tried. That's all I can tell the people of Hendersonville. I tried to
to put us on the front burner instead of the back burner on trying to get a post office, in which we hadn't had one in over 30 years. So, Mayor, I don't know what the process you want to go. If you want to do the amendment when it was seconded, let's vote on it and keep moving. I mean, I'm cool with it.
fine.
I'm cool with your amendments.
I appreciate it, Alderman Skidmore. Thank you.
Sure.
Alderman Martin.
All right, I agree with everything Alderman Skidmore and Bergdorf had said. The existing post office is a dump. It's over, 50 years old. It's an eyesore. It's not working. People aren't getting their mail. I can go along with everything in this amendment except for the invitation for a satellite post office, because that implies we're okay with leaving that dump there and building another post office somewhere else in the city. And that property, that is not the highest and best use right now. There's a lot better uses for that property. So, I mean, I can go with everything except for the satellite, the language on the satellite. So I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment for everything to be included except for the language on the satellite.
So under 2, bullet point 2, you want to cross out "and satellite"?
The language for a satellite post office.
Okay.
My glasses.
Yeah, it says add satellite.
Okay. Do we have a second? Alderman Martin, anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Bergdorf, so my understanding is you don't like the language that says that the city will recommend locations, that you want the Fed to explore the locations themselves, right? Correct. Okay, I mean, the way I'm reading this, it says the scope of jurisdiction says the letter, so the letter from the mayor should offer the assistance of city staff if requested by the U.S. Post Office, and that assistance may include, but not limited to, and then there's that bullet point, identification of potential alternative and satellite locations within city limits. So the way I'm reading that is that the Fed is looking at those locations. Help me out here, am I missing something?
Thank you, Alderman Sassy. What I don't want us to do is to pick sites. In the original resolution, the one was presented in your packet, it says the city staff are directed to initiate a preliminary review and engagement process to explore the relocation. It doesn't say we're going to pick a site. Did I read into this something that is not in there?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Satellite locations, that was, we've got that taken out, all right?
Well,
No,
it did not give
Oh,
a
that did
sentence.
not fail. Oh, that failed, okay. What, the reason I was careful in crafting this with our city attorney, in that we would not be picking sites. So that's, all right. So it's not the same thing that I presented, and that's fine. The only other thing I would ask is if the letter that the mayor sent, that the alderman would get an opportunity to sign that as well, just to show solidarity of this effort.
I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet. I think that would be a different amendment, right?
That's a different amendment.
I'll
yeah.
commit to it right here.
You'll do it now?
There you
All
go,
right,
adding
thank
it.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, yeah, so I have a little addition that I want to add to it, but I'll wait until this is done. I think it will help maybe even clarify it, maybe even add back into what you were trying to achieve. I don't know, we'll see. But, so let's vote on this, and then I'll propose that. Thank you.
So we're voting on the amendment that was provided to you by email, which you have the red line version of. We have nobody else wishing to speak. Jason, you ready for us? So all those in favor of the amendment, please press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. Lance, how do we treat this?
What's that?
So we're missing Alderman right now. I mean, it passes. Okay, and then just show Alderman Dixon not voting? Yes. Okay, that's fine, okay. Okay, so that passes 11-0 with one person not voting. Alderman Garten is still absent, so that passes. So now we have this language adopted. Alderman Sassy, you were gonna make a suggestion.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys adding that Alderman sign, because I had it listed here too. I think that's very important and smart. What I'm proposing is just to clarify the intent behind it. And so we just added, or the change here is now, whereas members of the public have expressed concern about the current site and have requested exploring improved service and convenience. And then I'm proposing another whereas, and this is my amendment. The City of Hendersonville wishes to receive feedback on various options for improved service, including relocation, replacement, and/or adding additional locations. So it's really, in my view, it's being very clear that we're open to any of those pieces.
Okay, have you got that?
There you go.
There we go, okay.
It's written there.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Oh, Alderman Garza. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Does anybody need that repeated? Yes.
Can you read my handwriting?
It's better than mine. So we would add a whereas paragraph as right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be after the third. Whereas the City of Hendersonville wishes to receive feedback on various options for improved service, including relocation, replacement, and/or adding additional locations. That handwriting is easy to read.
Okay, well, that's good.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We're back on the main motion now. Any other discussion? So we've amended it twice. Once was with the language that was sent to you by email the other night that has the red line version on it that I passed out earlier. The second one was adding the whereas that Alderman Sassy included just a second ago. So all those in favor of Resolution 2025-17 as amended, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Board. So, yes. Yeah, thank you all. Now we're on to item 3. Resolution 2025-18, a resolution authorizing the city's Department of Parks and Recreation to apply for a Blue Shield Healthy Place grant. We have a motion from Alderman Robertson, a second from Alderman Goodwin. Any discussion on this? All those in favor of Resolution 2025-18, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. Now we have reading of Resolution 2025-19. This is a resolution authorizing the city's Department of Parks and Recreation to apply for a property conservation grant with public entity partners. We have a motion from Alderman Robertson and a second from Alderman Goodwin. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2025-19, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We have already disposed of items 5 and 6. We are down to item 7. This is Resolution 2025-25, a resolution approving the amended Mansfield Creek Final Development Plan located at, and we need to amend this, right now, 0 Anderson Lane. I need a motion, and then we can amend the caption of it. We have a motion from Alderman Garza and a second from Alderman Dixon. Alderman, who is planning to make this? Alderman Garza.
Your amendment of the address.
Oh, yeah, I'd make an amendment to the address, changing 0 Anderson Lane to 1220 Center Point Road.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion from Alderman Garza, second from Alderman Sassy. With us?
Not quite. Just a second. Give me just a
You're fine. Do we need to change it in the text anywhere?
No, I think it's just
It's just in the caption? Okay.
Yeah, it says it in the resolution.
Yeah.
1220.
0 Anderson to 1220.
1220 Center Point Road.
And who was, Garza was a motion, who was the second?
Jeff,
Alderman Sassy.
Sassy. Okay, I'm with you.
Okay.
all right, she's up.
I'm there.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're back on the main motion of approving the amended Mansfield Creek Final Development Plan. Any discussion? Again, we amended at one time to correct the address. All those in favor of Resolution 2025-25, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have a vote on the reappointment of Dale Duell to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have a motion from Alderman Robertson, a second from Alderman Goodwin. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. And now we have vote of the appointment of Brian Wan to the ADA Board. We have a motion from Alderman Sassy and a second from Alderman Garza. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have brief committee reports. Chairman Sassy, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. We met tonight after some technical difficulties, but we discussed a letter received from Sumner County in regards to the adequate facilities tax and money that they think is owed by the city. We asked for some more clarification and copies of the resolutions from the county. So we're going to continue adding this item to our agenda so we can follow up on that and review those specifications from the county as well and dig a little deeper into that. Sales tax revenue is up. We almost have everything filed for the fiscal year, and we're almost spot on with what we budgeted for sales tax and state share tax, the hotel tax. I mean, it's looking healthy for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. But with one caveat going into the next fiscal year is we are spending quite a bit of our investment funds. This past year we collected, what was it? I can look it up here. This is our investment accounts, and for the fiscal year 2024-25, the total was about 1.45 million, and we're projected to do less than $1 million in the next fiscal year. So it's going to be about $500,000 less, just due to interest rates and to us utilizing a lot of the funds that we have in reserves. So that's my report. Thank you.
Chairman Sassy, thank you. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
Yes, thank you. I just want due to the lateness of the hour, catch you on the flip side. No report.
Chairman Skidmore, thank you. Chairman Garza, General Committee.
General Committee met tonight. We worked on a reading of ordinance 2025-12, which is basically a personal merit system relative to job classifications. That's more of a housekeeping thing than anything else. That moved on. We'll move on to BOMA. Tonight we did the 2-week rule, which we voted on the ordinance of the rezoning of 26 acres off Rockland Road. We also went to a 3-0 vote on ordinance 2025-14, imposing a 9-month moratorium on the acceptance, review, and approval of applications for high-density residential in the city. We also we read the resolution 2025-23. It passed 2-0, and it's authorizing the city for the public safety grant, where we get every $4,000 match every year. Reading the resolution 2025-24. That's a resolution authorizing Boca and Paddle to use the city's logo. That also passed. And then we just voted on the 2-week rule again on the resolution 2025, and that passed tonight. And the last one, which we're going to say is neutral, is a reading of resolution 2025-26. It's a resolution authorizing the YMCA to install temporary commemorative banners on city-owned flag brackets located on the Main Street Bridge over Drake's Creek, celebrating their 150-year anniversary. Starting in Tennessee, and 20 years in Hendersonville. And we were neutral on that because we're going to open up a can of worms going forward. So we're going to have to come up with some type of variances that are easy to take a look at. And that's my report.
Chairman Garza, I appreciate that. Alderman Martin, Planning Commission.
Yeah, we had a Bona Beef restaurant, site plan approved, 7-0 unanimous. That's located at 261 East Main Street. The other project was the Lincoln Rockland project that passed unanimously 7-0. That's the project we talked about today. And then the other project is the Near Water project regarding the letter that was sent in. That project was deferred. This is the one where the owner wants to change from ownership to lease. Planning Commission wants to see the terms of the lease and have them bring it back. So we'll talk further about that project in our next Planning Commission meeting. And that's it for my report.
Appreciate that, Alderman Martin. Jesse, our Bowman report.
No report.
I wish there was no report, but there's a lengthy report this evening. I'll try to make it as quick as possible. I won't spend a lot of time on the standard metric report, but if you'd go to the next slide, Jason, probably gonna have you go to the next slide, and the next slide, and the next one, and the next one. Okay, there is one new chart in here. So on the bottom left, we added fires worked for HFD. So this is data on when there was a fire call. So it could be a structure fire, it could be a car fire, it could be a pot in the kitchen caught on fire. So that's when they get called out. So that's really all that's different in this report. You can go through the report and view it. It's the standard report that we do. Ms. Collins did ask for a trend analysis, an executive department trend analysis. That is different. We've never had that before. So I'm just going to walk through the trend analysis. And then when I'm done with that, we did kind of a, hey, what have we accomplished the last year or two? And then what did we accomplish with the budget? It's a really positive note. There was a lot of good things that happened with the budget. The budget wasn't a really fun time for everyone, but we got through a lot of work and we passed a lot of great things in the budget. So we're going to talk on that too, okay? So I just want to set expectations for the next 20 minutes. If you would go to the trend analysis, please, which would be right here. Okay, back one. This is page 96. It should be on your screen in front of you as well. So one of the things that Ms. Collins asked for is to show the department as it was. And we went back 5 years to 2022, and then show it as if we had frozen those positions and what that would look like in the budget. So I'm just going to walk through fiscal year 23 and or 22 to 26 and kind of talk about how we've restructured the department. And, you know, since I've been here, we've been looking for ways to be more efficient. We've restructured the executive department to be much more efficient. So when we started out the first year, fiscal year 22, we had 5 positions in there. And we moved the economic development coordinator to planning in 2023. And so that's the position that Jay currently holds. And we changed the duties of that job significantly, and we made it a planning position. So Jay is a community planner. He has a focus on economic development, but that is completely a planning-related job. So that position is now budgeted over in the planning department. So fiscal year 23, we had 4 positions. We just changed the titles of 2 of them, administrative assistant, administrative coordinator. They were changed from assistant and secretary. And then we were static in fiscal year 24. And then in fiscal year 25, we had a vacancy in the department. So same thing with fiscal year 22. We utilized an opportunity where we had a vacancy in the department to assess the job description, to see if that's what we still needed that job to do, and then we rewrote the job description to be more efficient and kind of hit what we needed to. So in fiscal year 25, we created a community and executive coordinator, and that moved to administrative services. And that is a backup for the PIO. So the reason that we did that is we had no backup for our public information officer. It was a position of 1 with no backup. So Code Red didn't have a backup. If Casey went on vacation, there was no backup. And as much as Jamie and I would like to have maybe an assistant at all times, we were able to take half of that position and say, hey, we don't need to utilize it. Let's utilize it for the betterment of public information throughout the city. So that position then shifted to administrative services, and as well as the administrative assistant 2. And the reason that shifted to administrative services is because those 2 positions previously covered the front desk. So with Casey up there, now there's 3 people to cover the front desk. So if someone's out on vacation, if someone's out on lunch, there's multiple people to cover the front desk. So structurally, it just made a lot of sense, and it took the executive department from 5 positions down to 2 positions from a budget standpoint. And then we're going to look at the trend analysis here as if we had frozen the positions and then in their existing roles and the way that we actually budget them. So if you'd go to the next slide, please. This is a pie chart. So on the left is the positions as if they had stayed as they are right now in the budget. So as they are right now in the budget's on the left, and as they would be if they had frozen is on the right. So the pie, the orange, is the operating budget, and then the small slice is what the executive department takes of the operating budget. So you get a sense of the percentage to the budget. So this is fiscal year 22. If you go to the next slide, this is fiscal year 23 at the top, and then fiscal year 24 at the bottom. If you go to the next slide, Jason, that's fiscal year 25 at the top, and then what we just budgeted, fiscal year 26 at the bottom. So that's the budget that we just approved. So it gives you a sense of the relationship with dollars and the percentage that the executive department is in relation to the operating budget. If you go to the next slide, please. So on the top, that orange line is if we had frozen the positions in 2022 and they were still in the executive department. So that shows, I think it's 1.32% or 1.31% up to 1.42% if those positions froze. As they're currently budgeted with just the mayor and myself in the executive department, that's the blue line on the bottom. So that's the one trending down. And that goes from 1.31 to 0.91% of the budget. So I don't think either one of these, this is what was asked, and there's value in showing this, but neither one of these, if you go back to where it's just the list of positions, please, Jason, neither one of those trends really demonstrate what's happening in the executive department, because the executive department doesn't utilize the planning position with Jay at all anymore. That is purely just a planning position with some economic development that happens with that. And then as far as the executive assistant, who's now half in communications, that is a position that we utilize at like 0.5%. So by showing a frozen status, it doesn't recognize the efficiencies that the executive department has kind of accomplished over the years. And if we were to take those positions that we froze and we eliminated them, it would have 0 impact to the executive department from an operational standpoint. We really just use the mayor, myself, an administrative assistant, and then half of what used to be another administrative assistant, which is shared between public information now and administrative assistant. So when I ran the numbers on that scenario, which is an accurate reflection of how we operate today, that's 3.5 positions that would be budgeted in executive, which represents 1.14% of the operating budget. When we started in fiscal year 22, we were at 1.31% of the operating budget. So this true up of what we've done, kind of shifting that economic development to a planning focus, and then using half of a position for public information, that would mean that our budget went from 1.31% to 1.14%. So what is shown up here is not an accurate representation of kind of how we operate today. So we've gained some efficiencies, and I wouldn't recommend eliminating either one of those positions. We get a tremendous amount of value out of the economic development and community planner. And a good example of that is when Costco came in. When Costco came in, the economic development community planner, he was assigned to making sure that that project was successful. So Mayor and I got together with Jay and Keith off and said, we cannot jeopardize Costco coming to the city. They estimated to produce $2 million a year in sales tax. So because when folks come in to develop, as we saw tonight with Lincoln, what they instantly want to know is, can I rezone? How big does the property need to be? What kind of traffic impacts are there going to be? So it made a ton of sense to move that position that used to be an executive into a planning role, so that that planner could answer questions about zoning, about land use, about transportation plan. So when Costco came in, it was a little bit, I don't want to say it was touch and go, but we were a little concerned that Costco would actually come through and build the site. And Jay was able to be an advocate for the project internally, help expedite that process. I don't know whether Jay expedited the process 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and maybe secured Costco because there were some issues with the stream that was running through the property. But when a business like Costco comes in and someone can help get them in even a month or two sooner, and they're producing $2 million a year in sales tax, extremely valuable position. And then the changes that we've been able to do with an executive assistant and communication person with Casey's public information, kind of just spread of information that she puts out has been tremendous. So she's able to, or their department is able to work on bigger projects. We just did a HPD recruitment video. We did flashing yellow arrows that have just came out, and there's just a lot of information. There's a backup for Code Red now, so there's just a lot of tangible benefits to having someone who can support public information. So that's kind of the reasons why we moved the positions around. It made sense to put them in the other departments because they work in the other departments. So when I look at it from a true operational standpoint of what it was in 22 to what it is today, as a percentage of the budget, we've decreased the amount that the executive department takes up of the total operating budget. So Jason, if you would go back to, I think it was maybe the fifth, I'm sorry, go forward to maybe the 5th page from here. Okay, right there, back one. Okay, the bottom bar graph shows the breakdown in the executive department as it was budgeted over the last 5 years. Fiscal year 26 is at the very bottom. So the blue is salaries and benefits, and then the green is operations. So we're going to break down what the operations bucket was in fiscal year 25. So if you go to the next slide, this talks about the operations budget for the executive department, the big ticket items that the executive department spends on. So you can see if we look at fiscal year 25, which is the year that we just closed out, we have $5,500 in for the Nashville Chamber of Commerce. The Greater Nashville Regional Council has $27,000. Then you can see there's 4 items below there as well. So the total budget for fiscal year 25 was $168,000 for the executive department. We did not spend all that money, but these are really the big ticket items. And when I was talking to Alderman Collins, she'd asked for just a more detailed breakdown of this. So Jason, if you would pop up the PDF, the single-page PDF, this is a much more detailed breakdown of everything that is spent in the executive department over fiscal year 25. So we haven't finished our books, but I think all our POs are pretty much closed out. So this should be very true to what we find in an audited format. This came straight out of our finance system. So you can just kind of go down the list, and these are all the items that we spent in our operations budget. Gosh, I wish I could read this better. Subscriptions and dues is a lot of it. So we have TML, GNRC, Nashville Chamber of Commerce, and the subtotal on that, I think from here, is at $61,000 subscription and dues. Is that what that says right there? 61,000. Okay. Right above there is Rotary. Right above that is, thank you, Bluegrass Yacht and Country Club. That's not a membership. We have an honorary membership there for the city, so we get to use their rooms.
Jesse, will you repeat that, please?
That is, we have an honorary membership at Bluegrass, so that is if we use a room and we have, like if we have a gratuity or something we pay when we have when we rent a room there, that's where that fee would show up. But the city has a free honorary membership to Bluegrass. If you go above there, there's a various subscriptions and dues. It's $1,900. That's the Tennessean, the Hendersonville Standard, the Wall Street Journal. Those are all those little subscriptions from the executive department. Professional services, that's subtotaled at about $30,000. Robert Half is on there for about $6,000. That's a temporary agency services, so we had a vacancy, so those are temp employees. Miller Martin with some legal services. The Hammonds Group, that was an appraisal on Durham Farms property for our LPRF grant. And then Frost Brown Todd, there's $20,000. That's the lobbyist that the city uses. Travel and training, meals and entertainment, and business entertainment. Those are for conferences. If we have a workshop here and we get food for the workshop, those will come out of those buckets. Interest and penalties. I think finance kicked an interest and penalty charge over to the executive department for $65, but that's in there as a subtotal. Special projects and events. I think that's mostly to Suru, where we did a $1,500 sponsorship, which is now, I think, a nonprofit. Is that correct? Or is it still coming out of executive? Okay. So that'll continue to be office supplies, that's paper goods. Insurance claim, that was a workman's comp, and since that happened in executive, that got charged to executive. And then consultant services, that was for the deer survey. So you can see in that bucket of operations, we spent 113, is that what it says, 113,000? Our budget was 168, so we actually left 54,000 available for spending at the end of the year, so that will go back into the general fund. So just because we budgeted a number doesn't mean we actually spend that number. But this is a very detailed list at Alderman Collins' request of kind of the items that we're going to encounter on a day-to-day basis in the executive department. So that breaks down the trend analysis as far as the details go. I also wanted to touch base a little bit on the value side of things, because when you look at the expense side of things, unless there's any questions on this before I move on. When you look at the expense side of things, it's kind of like looking at a profit and loss statement or an income statement and only looking at the expenses and not considering the revenue. So I think it's important to consider the value and some of the value adds that the executive department has brought to the city. You know, it'd be like if I asked you, hey, if the city bought a truck for $60,000, was it a good value? Well, it would, you know, that would depend on what kind of vehicle it was, right? What kind of truck that was. So some of the things that specifically that Jamie and I get to work on with the other departments, I'm just going to touch on 4 of the big ones. But the investment policy, that was something that we worked on and adopted in March of 2023. And the 2-year period before we adopted the investment policy, we had interest earnings of $107,000. In the 2-year period after we adopted the investment policy, we had interest earnings of $2.966 million. So that is one thing where, you know, we work with finance to do that. We work with BOMA to do that. But that is one thing where we come in and we add the value in that scenario. So that is, you know, a part of the equation for the expenses that go along with executive. And these are things that, you know, I can't do by myself. There's no way I could do this job without Jamie. I couldn't do it without the finance department. You know, a typical work week for me is 50, 60 hours. So you know, this isn't just me or just Jamie. This is a group of us working on these things, but this is where an executive is heavily involved in these things. Another item is planning fees. So this is something Keith put together, a planning fee. It was adopted in 2018. But when Keith put the fees together, he brought them to the executive department. We reviewed them. We said, hey, this is a good start, Keith. But it's very important when you develop fees that developers pay that the fee covers 100% of the cost. Because that developer's coming in and they're asking for staff to spend time to review their project. So when they do that, that project doesn't need to be subsidized with taxpayer funds. So ask Keith to go back and do a fully burdened cost. So get costs from finance on the employee's fully burdened costs, and then take a month and track the employee's time on each one of those activities. And so as a result of that, those planning fees increased 123%. And when we adopted them, the 18th month before we adopted them, we collected $82,000 in revenue. The 18 months after we adopted the new planning fees, we collected $338,000 in revenue. So that's part where kind of Jamie and I and the executive team, we work together to create more of these value adds. Another big one that we accomplished this year was paving. So as we're talking about all the paving that we do, the record amount of paving, we said there's got to be some way where Rogers Group can win and where we can make where we can do this for a little less expensive. So we went back to Rogers Group, we kicked some ideas around, and at the end of the day, we came up with kind of a complicated plan, but it works well, and it saves the city 5% on paving. It works well for Rogers Group, and it works well for the city. And so by renegotiating that contract, within 11 months of this year, we saved $332,000 with paving, and we're anticipating by the end of this year to save $375,000. And that was a simple idea of just kicking up an idea with Rogers Group and saying, hey, we need a 5% discount, and how do we make that happen? So we made it a win for them, and we made it a win for us. So we assured them a certain amount of paving. We grouped them together so that they didn't have to move around to a bunch of different sites. And so those are a lot of streets that are going to get paved. And those, the planning fees, the interest earnings, the paving, those are savings and revenue streams we're going to get year over year over year over year. And the last one that I want to touch on is the trash. So I know not all the board has been here for a while, but when I first came to the city, trash was the #1 hot topic issue. People were calling, why don't we get twice a week service? Why don't we get backdoor? And so we sat down, Jamie and I sat down with Sarah we spent hundreds of hours working on this contract. And at the end of the day, we were able to take a contract that Waste Pro told us was going to double. And we kept that to a 38% increase, which is a big increase. But when we were told it's going to be a 100% increase, it was significant. And so the idea was, why don't we come up with the option to do an a la carte, like when you go to a restaurant. Not everyone wants twice a week. Not everyone wants backdoor. Everyone wants it as cheap as possible. So what we did was we just said, hey, give those twice a week and those backdoor a la carte. So the price came in a 38% increase instead of 100%. And we took a survey of our missed calls before the contract and after the new contract. And we had a 40% decrease in complaints after the new contract. And in that contract, we were able to add back twice a week service, which we didn't have before. So we got to add a service, we got to decrease complaints, and we got to stave off a 100% increase to a 38% increase. And in the contract, we added accountability measures. So if Waste Pro has misses, they're much more accountable now than they used to be. The onus is on them. They have to show us video proof. And if they can't show us that, they have to go back and they have to pick that customer up. So at the end of the day, that's where executive can come in and kind of create a lot of value. Those are kind of the big ticket items that we help with. So I just wanted to touch, I think that's the revenue side of if we're going to look at a profit and loss statement, an income statement, you're going to look at the expense side and you're looking at the revenue side. So I think that's the value add for some of the things that the executive department has been able to come alongside staff and implement over the last couple of years. That concludes the executive trend, unless there's questions on that before I get into the most exciting, very quick presentation.
So I want to add something there, is that we could have, Jason, can you go back to that slide that showed the past 6 years, I think it was, and there were 5 positions in executive, and now there are 2. We could have kept those 5 in executive. We could have done that. And that's it right there. And that would have enabled us to easily see apples to apples. We could have seen how many people were there were the same. We could have looked at the budgets and compared how the budget has grown or decreased. That would have provided apples to apples very, very easily. However, when we had our previous economic development assistant, and then we had the receptionist, when they left, we looked at Jesse and I, we said, this is an opportunity, because the previous person who was economic development assistant, we were really only using him about 50%. We didn't feel like we should hire somebody else to come in and do 50% of their give 50% of their resources to the city. We also, when we looked at Phil and Natasha's position, we thought, okay, we have an opportunity here. Really, before Natasha, it was about 40%. And Jesse and I looked at that and said, how can we get it to 100%? What is it that we need if this person is going to be here that time? And so what made sense is to move those folks to other departments so that those other departments could fill that. And I'll give you a great example of how that worked. Jesse gave one example. There is no way that the person that was here before Jay, there is no way that person had the expertise to handle sign grants. And I think we've all agreed that that was a very successful project. Jay, working in the planning department, and his background, was able to run with the sign grant idea and do a fabulous job of it. And so that's the reason we only have 2 positions now, is because it made sense to, if we're going to utilize those folks at 100%, to find some other responsibilities for them. So we don't have apples to apples, but we have some folks that are being utilized much, much more than they used to be. If you have any questions about this, if anybody has questions out there, I look at people in the audience, I look at people on TV. If you have any questions on this, please ask us, because we've gone over this. Jesse and Tamara have done a fabulous job on this, and have some questions. And please don't make some assumptions if there's not something here in writing. We're happy to go through and give you some answers to those, and happy to do that. So you want to finish up, Jesse?
Yeah, and those changes will continue to occur. I mean, we don't want the city to stay static, and so as we develop, the city develops, we're going to continue to make these changes. They make business sense, and if it makes business sense, we should make the change. Mm-hmm. One of the things that Mayor Clary's asked me is, let's keep the budget as constant as possible so we can keep track of it, but you know, when we make changes and we decide to do things, this is the way it's going to be. And every time we adopt a budget, everything is in the budget. I mean, we line item salaries and benefits. It's 100% in there. So, you know, we can always provide information, but I don't think we should get a place to say, hey, let's just keep it as it is. Like, let's move on. Let's be more efficient. Let's do what's better for the resident. So let's get to the last. We're going to celebrate wins and plan for the future. And obviously, I did not put this together. This is much prettier than I would do, so thank you, Casey, for doing all this. And I'm going to see if I can drive it here, Jason. We're going to look at some of the successes from 23 and 25. So, you know, there's a lot of just finance successes, but I think when we look at all these things, what sticks out in my mind more than anything is that we've kept property taxes flat. And I think that's an incredible thing for the city with all that we've added, the record paving, the infrastructure projects, the new fire engines, the cars. We've kept flat property tax. So we'll go over these a little bit. This is a debt picture. As you know, debt is rolling off in 23. The little orange sliver on the top is interest, and that continues to get smaller and smaller, but the city is in a tremendous position as far as debt. We have very little debt, and we're rolling it off. Reserve amounts, we didn't have these until 23. The cities went from 0 in fiscal year 23 and 22 to 7.3 million in our multiple reserves that we have. So that's really good sign for the city. Really good to have those financial reserves. We're spending down some of our unassigned this year, but we still kept our reserve amounts. This is some increased income. As I've talked about, we adopted some of these new policies. On the left is investment earnings. You can see in fiscal year 22, we made $50,000. That went to 420, 1.7, 1.4, and less this year because we are going to have less money in the bank because we're spending it down. The chart on the right is planning fees. This just gives a snapshot. Again, when we adopted that new fee schedule, you can see those revenues really go up. And that's really so that the developers pay their portion. It's not subsidized by residents. This is everything we were able to budget because of PIP. If we didn't have PIP, we wouldn't be in the same position we are. So almost $4 million to public safety, almost $3.5 million to paving, $1 million to parks, infrastructure. So this has been a tremendous blessing to the city. Then we're going to get into service wins. And when we talk about service, again, it's throughout all the departments. So all these bulletins go throughout all the departments, or all the bullets go through the departments. This is a graph of the 40% reduction in misses and complaints that we talked about. So if you're in Public Works, you know Sarah gives you a graph of all the misses that happen. And this compares fiscal year 23, a snapshot, I think it's maybe April, I'm sorry, I can't see it from here, maybe April to June or July in 23 versus 25. So that's a 40% reduction with comparing 23 to 25, which is really great. The new contract help us really reduce the misses and the complaints with trash. So good job, Sarah, on that. You guys have just seen the additional information that's been able to come out now that we have Public Information Officer, which is now Communications Manager, and then another half because that position that used to be an admin assistant is now spending 50% of the time to do things like this. We had that really great recruitment video that came out for HPD. We're working on one for HFD, and then flashing yellow arrows. What's in the top right corner, that's going to be folded up and sent out to mail throughout the city with the tax bills that go out. So just really good push. The followers on social media has really increased. City website, just much more proactive. Improved drainage, this is one of those things too, when you go back 3, 4, 5 years, as you guys know, you've been on the board, is we got complaints all the time about drainage. And now it rains, we hardly get a complaint. So we've done a really good job with drainage. This year is the first full year we've had the fire station. We had a fire engine number 7 show up. We just got fire engine 26. I think we have one on order, and we're going to order another one this year. So we just have done a really good job. The budget has been able to absorb these, and we are on that fleet maintenance or fleet schedule where we're continuing to order these. So you're going to continue to see new fire engines throughout the city. Police vehicles, again, we just continue to order police vehicles. They have the bumpers on the front now. A lot of the new police vehicles are adding those bumpers on the front, which is a great addition. And then improved codes enforcement. We switched part-time employees in planning, and we moved 2 part-timers into a full-time in police. And so we have coverage 7 days a week. And maybe a typical resident doesn't know how important codes are, but as you as aldermen know, we use these positions all the time. So the way we were able to restructure that, some of those moved from planning, they moved into PD. We have 7-day-a-week coverage. You can see the picture on the top right. There's no illegal signs out in the intersection. The picture on the bottom left doesn't have tall weeds and all the complaints that you guys get. So small thing, but it's been a big improvement. At the parks, pickleball courts get a ton of use. It is a great addition. Andy and his team have been very busy the last couple of years and made tremendous improvements to the park, and this is an example of those. We're going to go into some project improvements and wins that we've had. Here's a just schedule of paving. Just remember in fiscal year 18, we were at 12 miles, and we hit almost 50. So really, really great chart to show paving miles. Transportation plan was adopted this year. The picture in the middle on the bottom was Avondale. That's already been completed. Picture on the right, I think, was that supposed to capture maybe a flashing yellow arrow, but those are going up. There was more going up today. There's been turn pockets that have been added on Sanders Ferry, if you've driven that lately. The turn pockets on Main, where you turn left onto Indian, have been extended. So we are already checking the boxes and working our way down the project list. Now, this is what we've adopted with fiscal year 26 budget. Again, we're going to bullet all these things that impact all the departments and all aspects of the city. We're putting $3 million in for the transportation plan this year, so that is a kind of a just great momentum to get going. But Andy and his team are going to be extremely busy this year. Heritage Park is expected to be built out this year. This will be a great addition. And then, as you guys know, we just were awarded another LPRF grant. So you can't be asking parks for too much more this year. We have a maintenance shop going on as well, too. So it should be a lot of great improvements for parks. We're looking to load a new 311 app. This will be something that Public Works can use for a no pothole initiative. So this is where a resident can have a 311. They can take a picture of a pothole or anything in the city and submit it as a work order. Our IT department kind of drives all this. I don't know if Mike and Charday and JP and the whole team are watching, but they have done a tremendous job with the IT improvements we've had throughout the last couple of years. So this will be a new app. We'll kind of show more on this later, but this should be great for residents. Public Works is going to hate that I have this app on my phone. I can guarantee you that they're going to need a new employee. Fire has an in-house academy. This is the first time we've done it. So this is really great because it allows us to get folks in the door sooner. When we rely on the state, we can only do it twice a year, and sometimes they're full. Having an in-house academy, we can start it up when we see fit. So we have 5 guys who are in the academy right now. I don't know that we won't do a better job than the state anyway. Andrew is a trainer. He's in the bottom right picture, and Kevin is another trainer. They're doing a great job. Chief Bush got this going very quick, so it's going to be really successful. This will help us get folks in the door quicker, because when someone leaves, it takes a while to replace them. LED light conversion, this is another project that's going to happen in the park. The picture on the left is in the park, and the picture on the right is just an LED on a street pole. But we have money budgeted, $600,000 for park LED conversion, and then over $2 million for the city streets. So that'll be a very big project that we have this year, and there will be more to come at the next capital projects meeting for LED light conversions. West Main improvements, I think this can be a really neat kind of transformation of West Main, as Keith and his team are really working on West Lake and the improvements there. These are some renderings of things that could go on at West Lake. Some entry signs, so there's some renderings on some options for some entry signs. That's what we see on the right. As we kind of work in tandem with beautifying West Main with transportation plan, we talked about access control and medians, so there's an opportunity to make those medians pretty and to landscape them. So this could really be transformative for West Main, and Keith says over the next 4 to 5 years that his main goal is to really transform this to make it a beautiful area in West Main. So this will be a great start. There will be more to come on this. And then last slide, park improvement. So pretty much across all the parks, you're going to see parks improvement as a result of what was in this year's budget. The trail markers is the picture on the left. Those are going up right now. And I think, Andy, you guys are working on the Greenway trail markers as well. So those will be going up. We'll have new bridges getting put in. That's the picture in the middle. And then the picture on the right is just it's a rendering of what could go at Saunders Ferries. We got the LPRF grant, so this is just a picture of what could be happening. So a lot of great things. I know we didn't get a lot of time, a lot of positive time to spend on the budget, on all the good things that are happening, but our team will be very busy. And I just think that there's a lot of positive things happening in the city. So the department heads have been doing a really great job. Casey, thank you for putting this together. And that concludes my report.
Again, any questions, feel free. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So any questions, feel free to email me or Jesse or Casey. We'll make sure to get answers for you. Alderman Dixon.
Motion to adjourn,
We have a
Mayor.
motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? I have a second from Alderman Collins. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We're adjourned. Thank you all and have a good night. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, JP.